traders, how we doing out there? Welcome back. It's Trade the Pool, and we are here finally. It's our earnings Wednesday bonanza, because you guys know how it's going to be today. Of course, we get the FOMC, we get some big boys reporting earnings, and the world is going to shake up because, of course, as we've been seeing, Qs have been kind of really getting down there. Was down to 674s, was getting some type of rebound last night, but that was very short-lived, right? So we'll look to see what happens there. 1 a.m. this thing came back down and then started to come right back up, and then now just kind of teetering here. We need to see if we can clear back. We can get back above the hourly levels. I'm drawing this trend line. I'm going to focus on it during the show to see if we can get back into this box here for the Qs, or will we need the big boys to come in and save the day? Of course, FOMC also going to be shaking up the action. We'll see what happens in the SPY. A lot of stocks kind of shaking around. Of course, a lot of earnings have already come in today, this morning. A lot of earnings have come in from last night. So let me know if there's a radar or stock that's on your radar you want to talk about, right? We can always cover the earnings play. I'm going to cover some of them in the Sunrise Report coming up. But like always, if there's a specific name you want covered in the chat, go ahead and mention it. Like always, traders, it's good to see you guys out there. Good morning to all you guys out there coming in bright and early. Snowman Joe in the house. What's going on? How we doing, Nigel? You're always here working hard, Nigel. Let me know if there's any way that I can help you and push forward in your trading journey. All right, let's continue working for that. Kevin, it's good to see you from Lakeland, Florida, baby. All those Florida guys, throw it up out there, guys. And Tyler Smith, all you guys joining in and out there. Don't miss today's free 25K trading account giveaway. All you got to do is hit the link right there in the comments. And of course, hit the like button. If you hit the like button, you'll get into that entry, right? Get after it, guys. We're pushing. We're going to be announcing this during our earnings stream tonight. It's going to be an awesome stream. I want you there. So, of course, hit that giveaway right now. Let's start off the show, of course. Let's get to the playbook. Let's talk about some trade ideas that I got for you guys this morning. I'll tell you guys about some sectors, some industries that are holding strong. Let's take a look into the market. All right, as we take a look into the market, one of the areas that I've been calling out is the cyclical area, right? So one of the trades that we can be looking at is called a post-earnings reversal trade. This is a long on deck. So, of course, this stock had a down action move on their earnings, but that was right before it, right? Now we're looking for liftoff. If you actually looked prior to before their earnings, they were trying to push through that 115 level. Now you're getting this undercut and rally type of look. Now I think we could start looking for recoveries back towards 110s. Anything below 100s today will look like an opportunity for me on pullbacks. We'll look to see what happens there in Deckers. Of course, this is Deckers Outdoors. It printed its first $1 billion quarter in history. Yes, you heard that right. This shoe supplier is doing $1 billion, right? With Hoka sales up 7.7%. A full year guidance raise across the board despite near-term tariff noise. The stock staged a clean 6.3% earnings reversal to lead the consumer cyclical space, entering along on a break above that 110, defined risk with the protective stop under that 94, and really I'd be looking for that undercut of the 100 for potential opportunities. Target could be an upside drive to that 125 area. We'll see what happens there in DEC. Let's keep going. Let's go to another trade idea. This is a one for AMZN, as we're talking the biotech breakout leader. Yes, of course, yesterday we started to see the BioGen and IBB get a little bit of a breakout. We'll look to see if it can continue breaking out. And one of the leaders, of course, the leader in the space, AMZN, right? AMZN surged 4.48% to 393.10s, decisively clearing the 390 resistance ceiling, sparking a full-scale sector awakening across the biotechs. You had names, and I'll go through some of these so you guys can see them. All right, I've been talking about Regeneron, right? And names like that. Yesterday, that was doing really well. INCY had a really good action day, 9.3%. And as capital flees tech hardware, biotech stands out here as a primary non-semiconductor growth pocket, triggering, of course, a long position on a push past the 395, and that's on AMZN, of course. We'll see what happens there if AMZN can get going and get back to the next level. Right. So right now I'd be looking for a nice little pullback opportunity. A dip here below the 391s would look like a nice opportunity. We'll see what happens there. Of course, the theme that was on, it was full value rotation and the Wednesday catalyst convergence, right? The market is now in an aggressive full-blown value rotation while the SPY held up at 740s. We'll see what happens. The Dow was actually up. Technology was brutally liquidated, sending the Qs down to 667.88 intraday low, and memory semi-cap names broke down heavily. Underneath the surface, defensive and non-tech surged. You had healthcare up, right? 2.36%, seeing every single sub-industry close green. These are the types of things where you don't get from other streams, is that information that every industry was green in healthcare yesterday, telling us more and more. That's called not an industry rotation, but a sector rotation, right? And so clear as day when you see that type of what I call green on the screen, right? All right, we'll take a look to, of course, today presents the massive triple catalyst gauntlet. The Federal Reserve delivers the FOMC rate decision at 2 p.m. Eastern, where, of course, crude recent collapse could encourage a softer tone, followed by the immediate after-close high-stake earnings from Microsoft, Meta, and SoFi, as well as SK Hynix update overnight. We got that update overnight. We saw SK Hynix getting a little bit of a move. Let's see how it's trading this morning. I will actually be covering SK Hynix here. I got a full deep dive video for us. We're going to dive into that at 10 a.m. Maybe we even dive into it before the market open if we get an opportunity here. But SK Hynix holding in. It had a nice little push back there to the 132.50s. Of course, the earnings were released in Korea, so we'll be talking about it today and getting the action update. Of course, unless big tech shows strict CapEx discipline and lifts the Qs back towards 700, keep the capital focused on working rotation themes in biotechs, travels, consumer cyclicals. I mean, there were stocks yesterday that we just had on our playbook, like ANF. That stock has been up now for 3-4 days straight. So I hope you guys have been enjoying the run in ANF and been trying to grab names like this. Yesterday, I gave you AEO for the move. Look at that one starting to get the push above the 1750s. Got up there to the 18s. We'll see how these cyclical names, of course, continue to work. Of course, also names that I've been talking about, like Airbnb. That's just been on fire here. Long-term investors can definitely also take a look at this because this is a really nice long-term chart on Airbnb as it starts to hold above the 150s. All right, let's go to some more action. We got a lot more to take a look at in the Sunrise Report. It's always good to see some new faces in the chat. So for any reason you're new to the show, say hello. It's always good to see you guys. Let's get to the Sunrise and let's wake up a little bit. Pinkies up. Let's go. All right, let's kick off the Sunrise Report. Let's talk about what's going on. The 4 things that landed between last night's close and this morning's bell. They pointed in different directions, though, of course. South Korea halted its own stock market for the second consecutive day, a first in that exchange history. Iran fired ballistic missiles at U.S. forces in Jordan. Oil reversed the entire 9% collapse the ceasefire had bought. The Fed decides at 2 p.m. Microsoft and Meta reporting 95 minutes after that. Futures are dead flat. What is not calm right now, and everything is looking like we might get into some choppy seas here today. We'll see what happens. It is the market that cannot rank its own risk right now. It's a catalyst bonanza right now. We don't know what's going to really pull things. Of course, it could always be that it's just kind of going with the flow of the next catalyst that comes in. So there you guys have it. 4 things landing between last night's close and this morning's bell, right? And then, of course, we'll be seeing what happens in after bell today with those earning stocks. Let's keep talking about the action. Let's go to it. Let's go to the SPY here and the Qs. As we take a look here, the SPY kind of holding in here, still on the pattern, still holding on by a dear thread. Will we see the SPY let go today? That could also be a sign, right? We'll see what happens there. All right, of course, I talked about the overnight drivers. The Korea halted its market twice in 2 days. We'll see what happens there. But, of course, this is coming off kind of the action that the index had bottomed, a 12.63% one-day drawdown, now really kind of shaking things up on top of Tuesday's 10.84 collapse. So that's roughly 16% removed in 2 sessions. It puts July on track to be the worst calendar months in the Kosby's recorded history. And it's crazy that we are focused so much on the Kosby, right? Of course, what was the trigger? It was SK Hynix. The memory maker delivered its most profitable quarter ever, yet still seeing the decline. That's the interesting part, right? You hear that and you don't expect it. It was the most profitable quarter ever, yet still not being able to lift the bar here, right? Operating profit up 557% year on year. You heard that correct. And still came in roughly 5.4 below the operating profit consensus, 5.6% light on revenues. Shares closed down at 9.6%. So, hey, there you have it. After trading, of course, its worst intraday action. Samsung lost more than 2,000. I don't know what kind of... that's not in dollars, so I'm not going to give it to you in dollars. It's in, I think, when. Not sure the currency in Korea, but maybe somebody can correct me in the chat. The damage spread, of course, across the region. You saw different areas kind of dropping. You saw like Screen Holdings crash 17%. SoftBank shed 7%. Taiwan's benchmark broke below. Names like TSM kind of coming down. And now we're starting to see it, right? This is not looking like anymore just a little leak. We're looking now at more of a global unwind, not just necessarily a US unwind. Now I think we need to be on alert because a bad report comes in and that could really send things in a shock, right? So I think at this point, it's very hard to continue to do what? To just keep trying to buy tech and getting your hand chopped off, right? Of course, Iran fired ballistic missiles at U.S. forces and oil unwind died at 5:45 Tuesday. They launched multiple ballistic missiles at Americans' positions in Jordan in what Central Command described an attempt surprise attack. All were intercepted. U.S. forces remain on heightened readiness. Washington has conducted joint strikes on pro-Iranian mutants in Iraq, and Trump has promised to hit Iran hard in response. 4 days after the pause that dropped Brent crude 9%, the war premium is back on board and crude reversed sharply overnight. Every Gulf adjacent risk in the market had priced out on Monday is just priced right back in. And wouldn't you have it, right? I think at this point, we got to look to see that the XLE really starts to climb, and even climbing this morning, right? That could be a trade within itself. Already getting a nice little spike there from the 58.60s to the 58.90s. This continues to hold well. So I think we can look to see, can we see some more oil names going higher? Names like Chevron, names like XOM, names like Valero, right? These names continue to kill it. We'll look to see what happens there in some oil names. Of course, let's keep going into some more action. Let's go into some earnings action. Let's go to VRT here. VRT down a little bit there, down 13%. The single most important print of the morning, Q2. Revenue both beat, but organic revenue growth of 17.8%. 0.8% year on year, landed far below the 23.6% FactSet consensus. The market treated the deceleration as the only number that mattered. This is AI infrastructure bellwether, a $15 billion backlog, 252% organic order growth as recently of Q4 of 2025, an S&P 500 addition in March being marked down for growing slower than the build-out narrative requires. Every hyperscaler's CapEx guide gets read against the tape now. So this is one thing that you got to continue to look at. Now it's being scrutinized on every single report, right? So just keep your eyes on more of the CapEx guide. All right, we'll go to Seagate next. Let's continue in the action. There's more earnings stocks to talk about. We'll get to Michael Noss in just a little bit here. Seagate, let's talk a little bit about that one. And then we got Bloom Energy, and then we'll get to some more action here, guys. Seagate up 6%, the counter trade to the memory collapse. Fiscal Q4 came in at adjusted EBITDA at 5.71. Forward guidance trounced the street roughly at 7.3 adjusted EBITDA against a 5.8 consensus on revenues of near 4.1 billion versus a 3.75 billion expected. Western Digital is up 4% in sympathy. Storage and memory are being priced at two different businesses this morning, which is first a real desperation in the AI supply chain in weak. We'll see what happens here, guys. STX was holding in this morning. Can this trade kind of start to bounce back? WDC holding in. How's SanDisk doing? Not doing too bad this morning. We'll look to see if Micron and SanDisk can hold on. Can some of these big boys kind of hold on today and not see the takedown? Bloom Energy, though, that one doing really well, and will be on my radar today to look to see if we get some recovery. Up 11% already. Q2 revenues at 1.07 billion. Blew past the 822.77 million consensus. Adjusted EPS at 78, nearly doubling the 40-cent estimate. AI power lane keeps delivering on numbers even as the compute lane gets repriced. Fuel cells, data center loads are one of the few parts of the build-out where demand is showing up in revenue rather than the backlog commentary. You want to look into Bloomberg's Bloom Energy's report. We're going to dive deeper into it because there's a specific area and detail that I want to pay attention to. A lot of short reports have come out on Bloom Energy as of late, and we'll talk about them. Were they correct? Were they wrong? We'll talk a lot about that coming up during the show. Of course, there's more stocks to talk about. There's Procter & Gamble, GE Healthcare, Ford out there, Visa. Lots to get into. And, of course, in focus today, 4 o'clock, of course, Microsoft, Meta, and the CapEx verdict. You don't want to miss it. Right here, we'll be covering all of that action. We'll talk a little bit more about the previews. We'll be taking a look at Microsoft, what it's expected to have done. Meta, what should you be looking into, right? Lots to talk about on today's show. We'll get to more action coming up, guys. And of course, you guys can get all of this conversation that I'm talking about right now on the Sunrise Report. Where? Of course, out on our Discord every single morning. This gives you the rundown of the market in just a page, right? Well, if you want to get that, guys, get over to our Discord and we'll talk about some more earnings coming up. Let's keep going with the action. Let's go ahead. Let's bring on our traders here. Let's bring on Michael Noss now and talk about what he's seeing in the market. Then, of course, we got Airplane Jane coming on next, guys. Smash that like. You know where you're at. It's Trade the Pool. What's going on, Michael?
Not too much. New all-time highs yesterday. Wonder if we're going to make it again today. Continues
New
to be
all-time highs.
Yeah, look at the RSP. Look at the
I thought we looked at the SPY.
Nah. Well, if you're worried about tech, yeah. If you're interested in tech, then you worry about the SPY.
We don't look at the SPY. We don't look at the SPY or the Qs. We look at the RSP.
Well, it depends on...
We look at the RSP, baby.
Where is there?
Should we just be investing in the RSP and not in the SPY?
Well, over the long run,
a harder question
seems to outperform, but that doesn't always have to be the case, right? It's like that's what's happened historically is that tech has been the leader. But if we believe that AI is going to be the thing and it's going to kind of take over and make all of these other companies more efficient, then this outperformance that we've been seeing in literally everything else could continue for some time. And, it's been a great time. I showed you guys yesterday's just long only portfolio in our little WhatsApp there, just cranking to all-time highs because the market, right? So it's, the market is one of those things where it's all depending on what you're looking at it, right? Some people, when you say the market, they think the Qs. Well, those people are just pretty much like 90 some odd % in tech and don't want to look at the rest of the world. And they're having a bad time, right? If you're in a Micron, if you're in, Marvell, if you're in SanDisk, any of these names, it feels like kind of the end of the world to you, right? A lot of these things are down. I think Oracle is down like 60, 70% in a straight line. So if your entire portfolio was, I'm going to buy the AI trade, then yeah, it's, you're having a bit of a rough time. And maybe that recovers. Maybe, I don't know. But all I know is, as someone who's a technical analyst and a quant, I just want to focus on the rest of them, right? So Steve's saying the RSP is the SPY. No, it's got the same names in it as the SPY, but it is completely different because it is weighted equally as opposed to, and I feel like I should explain this every now and then, just in case people don't know. The S&P 500, the Qs, these are considered cap-weighted index, which essentially just means the larger your company, the more of effect you have on the market. Turns out that's a really good way to invest over time, right? The S&P 500 beats that of the RSP, at least over the last 20 years or so, because tech has been a great place to be invested. A lot of these large cap companies have really taken off. What the RSP does differently is, instead of saying the largest companies have the most impact and therefore the small companies have next to no impact, let's just kind of, treat everyone equally. So we call it like the communism index or something, but every company is an equal weight in it. So NVIDIA matters just as much as, I don't know, Lululemon or Nike, in which NVIDIA went under tomorrow, the whole market would have a hard time. But if Lululemon went bankrupt, it's like someone else makes yoga pants. Who cares? And so it's not a good representation of, what's mattering in the market. But what it's doing is taking the same numbers and it's splitting them out. So often they'll move in lockstep, right? If everything's moving up together, if everything's moving down together, they'll generally kind of look the same. Every now and then you get these pretty dramatic divergences, and they're very easy to look for relative strength. And that's why I love them, right? So this is the RSP, all-time closing high yesterday, all-time closing high the day before that, just all-time high after all-time high. And that shows that the average large cap company is doing great. It's having a good time. It's ripping to all-time highs. And then you look at the SPY, and this is down, up a little bit yesterday, but down, I think, like 3 or 4% from highs. And then if you go to the Qs, that's where the pain kind of really is. And this is the reason why you'll see, the most common way, the way that you're kind of printed out of any technical analysis textbook, the way that 99% of analysts works. This is not a special thing in any way, shape, or form, but they just do a thing called top-down analysis. So first you look at the market, then you look at the industries inside the market, and then you look at the stocks inside those industries. That's like technical analysis 101. That's your high school technical analysis. That's the kind of basics that everyone is taught. And what I kind of say is that, well, you add a step, right? The market to some people is the S&P 500, is the SPY, cap weighted. But across those, right, there is your Dow, your Qs, your RSP. And just by looking at those in general, you can paint yourself a pretty decent picture. If I show you this chart and I say this chart is 90% tech, and this chart is kind of the average of large cap stocks, it makes it really easy to take those just two charts and say, oh, well, tech's getting killed and everything else is doing fine. Then from there, you can start to look at things like, XLV and see, yeah, well, healthcare is ripping, finance is ripping, biotechs are holding on fine. ACWX, right? If you look at ACWX, this is the world minus the US. That's holding on pretty, much better than everything else. It is just it's just a way to kind of take the same pie of stocks and just cut it up differently. So this RSP SPY relationship to me is something that it's the first thing that I kind of look at every day. And then you use that to kind of compare to your own portfolio. If you are down 20, 30% on your portfolio, well, congratulations. You realize that you are just holding high beta stocks. You're holding large cap stocks that move way more than the S&P 500. You're probably very correlated into the AI trade, and you have been rewarded heavily for that over the last couple of years. Doesn't mean it always needs to be that way. And it doesn't mean that there's some sort of calamitous event coming that's ruining the world. In fact, I think this is an incredibly bullish scenario overall, where you have all the perma bears were saying, just wait till the AI trade, sells off. As soon as the AI trade sells off, the world's coming to an end. Well, the AI trade is selling off. Oracle's down 70%. Meta is down. Microsoft is down. Right? These are the guys reporting earnings that we need to watch. But all of these guys are pretty dramatically down from their highs. They're all in bear markets. However, as we just talked about, the average large cap stock just printed a new all-time high yesterday. So this is a very reflective moment, I think, should be for traders and investors out there, where it's time to look at your portfolio. It's time to look inwards and say, man, was I really trading well, or was I really investing well, or did I just put everything into momentum names, and when that momentum died, I didn't have a good plan to get out of them quickly, and now I'm suffering this large drawdown where everyone else who had a plan and rotated in is doing well, right? Now, the only kind of credence I'll give to most people are going to have some sort of S&P 500 index thing in their mutual funds or their portfolio or something. But thankfully, even though it is very tech weighted, around 30%, means it's 70% not tech weighted. So if you're wondering why RSP is hitting new all-time highs, SPY is still within a couple percent of all-time highs, and the Qs are getting kind of decimated, this is, again, shows the advantage of this particular strategy. And it's not a passive investment. That triggers me when people say that, because the S&P 500 is not a passive investment. It is essentially just saying, I think that there's more weight to be had in the largest companies out there in the world, and I think I should weight them a certain way. And it's a rotational strategy. Every quarter, stuff is added, stuff is kicked out, stuff is rebalanced. It just turns out that's a good way to do it. So if the S&P 500 is rotating, and that's how it's holding up, the Qs doesn't rotate nearly as much. It's all mostly tech companies. It just shows that the Qs over time outperform the S&P 500, but will have a worse drawdown than the S&P 500. So if you're okay with that, if you're looking at your portfolio and you're saying, well, it sucks that I'm down 20, 30% right now, but I believe that this is going to continue. Well, if you're right and it does continue, you'll far outperform the S&P 500 and all that. If it doesn't, then you're going to be kind of left holding the bag. So it's a very interesting moment. I'm having a lot of fun with this market because the sentiment out there is horrible, even though the RSP hit an all-time high. And it just shows you where most people, at least in like the FinTwit investor space, is just focused on this large cap tech, which means there's a lot of opportunity for us out there, nerds like you that watch streams like this, to hopefully find some opportunities away from the AI sector, and understanding that there's more to the market than just DRAM stocks.
I do agree with everything you said there, but the only caveat that I will put out there is that no one was saying this 3 weeks ago, right? No one was calling the downturn in tech, though. You were calling the upside in health. I agree. We were looking at health.
And I was saying that the reason that was going to happen is because these DRAM stocks can't go up like this forever. Right? There's no way that you're going to get like a SanDisk being like a $10 trillion company, right? The rate of change had to slow. So whether or not they're going to sell off, I don't know. But
I don't think it's because of that specific stock, right? It's not because of SanDisk. It's not because of Micron. It's more than just that, right? So that's the only thing that I will say, is that I don't think anybody was saying that this was going to be the turn, right? No one predicted this. That's what I will say, because I've looked at a lot of different areas out there and a lot of different analysts. Even I was watching Craig Johnson yesterday, some of the best out there, right? They're really quick to just say, oh, but we were watching this. we were looking at this, right? And so one thing I will say is that this has been a little bit more wicked than expected, because going into earnings, we were all looking to see that maybe the earnings would be the driver out of the symmetrical triangle for the Qs, right? So that's
Well,
the
and
only thing that I will say, at least for everybody, even myself included in that, right?
but the beauty is you didn't need to predict the absolute top, right? And you never do. And I think that's a good lesson for people. You don't need to know when the thing's going to turn. You just need to know, okay, these things are getting a little overheated. And even so, imagine you were in a world where you didn't sell them all. You didn't have a trailing stop on them. I don't know why you wouldn't, but you didn't sell them all. Let's just say you took partial profits and then you rotated those partial profits into names that are ripping to all-time highs, like healthcare and finance and all that. You're still doing better than most people out there, right? You might not be hitting new all-time highs in your equity like the RSP is, but just having that plan of, and this is why a lot of people look at like stop losses and trailing stops like they have to be an all or nothing thing. But imagine on DRAM, if you used I don't know, any moving average, pick one, and you exited when it closed under that, and you just said, that's where I'm going to take half. That's where I'm going to take half of my position. And then from that half of my position, I'm going to look at another opportunity. And I think that's the real takeaway, is just understand that when things like this generally break, there's a great quote from Louise Yamada, she's one of like the great technical analysts of all time. She just says, the bigger the damage, the longer the need for repair. So if you just took that and you say, I still think DRAM's going to rip to new highs at some point. Okay. But like how long? So if you just rotated, again, some of your capital around, then you're not feeling the pain like everyone else. And then if you're right, you could rotate that capital back in at better prices. So yeah, just know it's the whole this too shall pass thing, right? This sell-off in all of these AI related names probably at some point will pass. It's just the question is, are you able to survive for that period of time? And that's where understanding rotation and understanding leverage too, I think, is super important.
I think that's something that we'll definitely be taking a look at. Let's go ahead, take a look into Airplane Jane's outlook into the market. How you doing this morning in bright Florida?
I'm doing great. Having a wonderful day so far.
Hot. That's for sure.
Yes. Yeah. Humid. Actually,
Yeah,
it feels
welcome
good.
to it.
It
Welcome
feels
to it.
really
Get
good.
used to it.
I love it. It's like hot yoga every day. All right.
Every day outside. Just go stand outside. Hot yoga.
Exactly. All right. So let's get into the market. Let's see what I'm seeing. So right now, as far as what Michael is talking about, I saw that before with the Mag 7, before my insane, crazy life. And then basically looking to see what we have going on at the moment with those top indexes. We've got the SPY hanging out. I did see an adjustment with the Russell. So I see that the Russell, we have seen that they have repositioned and they have changed their position to 293.23. So we are just below that now. Somewhat of a positioning day for the Russell 2000. The Dow as well, they did readjust 524.17, and we are below that for now. I am getting full on red signals for fear and also for all four indexes. So looking at that, to me, it says, hey, we are going to see a potential big move to the downside. I was checking all of the short positions, right? To see where are we bullish, where are we bearish. I know that Michael likes to look at this as well to see, hey, if everybody is bullish, that's time for maybe a bit of a haircut and discount in the market. Versus if everybody is bearish and we're moving up, that's going to be a continued high. So looking at all of the Mag 7 right now, everything is below 50% on the short volume, and that's giving me indication that the retail traders are likely all bullish. as we are going down. Does that mean they're going to be able to sustain this downward motion, or are the big guys going to be taking it down? For Mag 7, we're 47% short. SPY M caught me because that is a broader S&P 500 ETF, 84% short volume. The bigger guys are up above at 88.39. So that one's telling me, hey, get ready, 62% short for RSP. So those are the only ones that I'm seeing where we have a large amount that is short. Apple is creeping up there just at 50%. But right now, if we start to see this downward turn happen, I think the retail traders, like Michael was saying, those that have not looked in to see that they might be overly tech heavy might get really burned. So it is a great time to reassess, see what's going on in the market. Right now, oil, I mentioned it yesterday, oil, they are still buying with this chicken little, uh-oh, the war is over. No, it's not type war. And we've also got Fauci in play. I think we have to keep that in mind. He is testifying. Is that going to affect Pfizer and Moderna with what he is going to be saying? So I would keep an eye out for those two stocks as well this week with his testimony. And looking at the earnings, right? We have Microsoft and Meta that are going to be reporting the pre-earnings trade. I know from the past Wednesday night, they always make it look bearish. I'm bullish going into next week. Going into tomorrow with these earning trades, because I feel like we are going to see a pop higher, sell into that pop, and further downward turn. Of course, we will have to see what happens tomorrow morning. And we've got FOMC this afternoon. Fear is in play. The premiums for those options are definitely higher for all stocks as well that are reporting earnings. You're going to see higher premiums on those options because of the fear indexes higher. So I think we have to somewhat wait and see, but I'm still extra cautious at this moment, not full on gung-ho bull, because I'm seeing red signals across the board. What do you guys think with that new information? What's your opinion, guys? What do you think?
Sound the alarm. Sound the alarm. Jane says we're going down. Darn. We'll see what happens out there. I'm watching the VIX to give us the signs, right? Because I think at the end of the day, that's going to be the sign giver. The VIX has gone nowhere. And I think that's also a thing to look at, right? All of a sudden, if we start to see pickup, that will be the tell sign, right? SPY getting a... Oh, go ahead.
The VIX just won't go anywhere because the SPY we're down, 3% from all-time highs? And it's happened in such a gradual way. We needed to see like a pickup in momentum before people start to get scary. And you got to imagine the VIX is going to be slightly elevated right now because you'd have to imagine there's a lot of people buying insurance knowing that we have 4 of the Mag 7 reporting today and tomorrow, and FOMC today. So there's a lot of binary events. And there's moments, again, I'm the CMT here. I should be the one like ranting about technical analysis. There's moments for technical analysis, and there's moments that it's just like Jesus take the wheel. And this is one of them. There's just so many large events just happening in the next 2 days that it wouldn't surprise me to see us, break out and be at an all-time high in a couple days, and it wouldn't surprise me if we come back here next week and we're down 5%. Like, it's just, there's so much kind of these news events that take a bit of the wheel away from this what you can look at for just generic support and resistance levels and things like that. Those are what to do on more quote unquote normal markets. But with just binary event after binary event and like 30% of the market reporting in a couple days, it's gonna be fun because it's gonna be crazy whatever ends up happening.
Yeah,
It's definitely...
Go for it.
Go ahead, Jen.
I was gonna say I think that there could be bigger things coming out. Again, what happened with that internal revenue stream. That's my new name for it. The IRS. What is going on with that? What is going on with the bills for the crypto? I'm starting to see that with Bitcoin and Ethereum as well, that we've got some bigger buying below. Pretty much everything else is red except for Solana. So I've watched those three for the crypto space, which means maybe we're going to see a transition for MicroStrategy. Maybe we're going to see this is time for you to invest a little bit more, Michael, in the Bitcoin space. I don't like buying Bitcoin, but we also have earnings coming up for MicroStrategy. So I think we have to keep in mind that crypto, that could be a big push, is the crypto space and the reversal on crypto overall this week.
Yeah,
All right, we'll see what happens.
I still want the guy to get liquidated. That's going to be my trigger. I think without that, yeah, we could meander higher and things could move a little bit. I think that's fine. But the real event, we need some sort of liquidation event, I think, to get great returns out of crypto now. Because I think crypto is just, it's just normal internet stock now where, it's going to go up like 10, 20% on a good year and to be down 10, 20% on a bad year. Now that's so institutionalized, but I want, I hope not for anyone that's holding it, not for anyone that's holding Bitcoin, but I do hope the dude gets liquidated because I'll be waiting there with open arms for sure.
I got a nice wedge on MicroStrategy down here at the bottom.
He's a crazy ideologues. And the one thing I've learned in my life is that if you're an ideologue about anything, it's only a matter of time until you blow up. I've seen so many in trading where they let their politics or whatever it is just kind of completely take over, and they always end up blowing up. And name a bigger ideologue than Michael Saylor, who's telling you to sell body parts to buy crypto. Eventually, that kind of hubris just smokes you. And again, I don't think Bitcoin's going to zero. So if you wake up one day and he's liquidated and we are down 50% in a week or something. For me, I'm not telling you guys what to do, but for me, I'm going to move a large percentage of my net worth over there just because I figure there's very rare events where you can get incredibly depressed values like that. And someone owning that much of an asset, that much a percentage base of an asset would be huge. Imagine if you woke up and Warren Buffett got liquidated from Coca-Cola. Coca-Cola would be down 50% for no reason. And you could just buy it there. And if your hold time was long enough and you're not crazy enough to use margin or something like that, probably eventually you would do okay. And yeah, same thing with this guy, I think. But we are open and smack dab in the middle of yesterday's range so far. That's where our open is. Just right there. So this is, oh no, that's not right. Let's go to correct charts here for a second. So here we are inside yesterday's range. Let's wait. Again, I used to always take these Wednesdays off just because you've got one binary event coming very soon. And then after that, you have another binary event. And then the next day you have a third binary event just to kind of keep things interesting. But we are as in the middle of yesterday's range, I think we can kind of possibly be here. Right now, just going through some different sectors. Oil's up, as we talked about. SLV is flat again, right? And
everything red except energy to start the day.
Well,
Bloom Energy is fake.
Healthcare is trying to perk up here, so keep an eye on this one.
It's red, at least from the open.
Intel is fading.
Maybe equal, yeah, very slightly.
Real estate and energy, only two sectors in the green from the open. Tells me more and more we might be seeing that VIX type of day.
IWM here.
At least to begin here.
Watch IWM rocketing here. Again, more of the same. We're getting this large cap tech having a bad time, and IWM did a little dip there off the open, and now we're starting to push higher here. So let's just focus here a little bit on small caps. About to go green on the day as well. And a nice kind of looking little chart, just a very controlled, boring pullback in this one. It's not dramatic at all, just very choppy kind of down channel look like in small caps. And so far, they've been buying it pretty heavily here off the open. Yeah.
Watching for a quick move here. Already got long on the VXX, looking for a quick move.
It's an idea for we were talking about this yesterday, Mitch, right? But an idea for your people that make ETFs, man. There is an IWM VIX, there is a Q's VIX. Give me ETFs for them, man. I would imagine a pairs trade where you're long the SPY VIX and you're short the IWM VIX. Seems like a interesting trading styles. Taking a look, where's IVB?
Market kind of slowing down a little bit here. Let's see what picks up back up. So still seeing, now I'm seeing tech at least slightly go green here. So watch for tech to be trying to get green here. There's tech showing up.
You got IVG, so software is up 0.5% today. IBIT also up 0.5% today. XLK, that's slightly positive. And the rest of them, these are just like really minuscule numbers, right? You're talking the SPY down 0.1%, the IWM flat, even SMH that's quite regularly had huge swings, like 5% swings. That's down 0.15 or 0.2%. So very, very chill day to start the morning, right?
I see a trade that's working at least for the time being. I'm seeing the cybersecurity names right out the gate show up fast there. So CrowdStrike, nice little pop there. PanW, nice little pop. Snow, nice little pop. I like those names. Let me see if I can grab any of them on a pullback.
USO is testing highs from Monday, looking to see if it can fill that gap back up to 134. You can see here, if we can make it above 129, a good chance for that to move to the upside. Set a little trade there.
Your DFNS. That thing's ripping again.
It's halted already.
42.
Hey,
halted.
I made 10 grand on that thing yesterday, so.
I know, it's a beautiful thing. I set it and forget it and went to the fibers. It's great. It's the crock pot trade.
Yeah, so it just needs to get back to 5,000 a share, and then it'll be good to go, right? So just buy, still cheap, right? Buy some here. Hold until it gets to 5K a share. I think so. What?
There we go.
100 shares, $500,000, easy.
Yeah.
Free money. We did have, so I did
when we get
pick up.
Above.
I was talking about this yesterday. I did pick up just a little bit of Tesla yesterday, and added a little bit of SpaceX as well, because just both these, just for oversold bounces, little mean reversion shots on these.
Right? SpaceX has earnings coming up next week on Thursday.
On the 4th,
hold those breath.
Yeah.
Hold that breath.
Here.
Well, that's just that's the earnings play that I do, right? I can sell the options, and as long as it doesn't absolutely implode, then even if it goes down, I think
don't sell those options. Don't sell those options, Michael.
Already
That's
done.
The one that
already done.
Lord.
I'm batting 100.
Lord,
with
Michael,
this.
why on that one though? Why on
because
SpaceX?
The implied volatility is high and it's incredibly oversold. There's a 60% chance this is up a week or so from now, just based off historical. Doesn't matter. It's a line on the screen, right? So I just look at it and say, what are the odds?
I don't know, man. I couldn't do that one with your money, dude.
Well, I know I'm going to be right 60% of the time and wrong 40% of the time. That's all I need. Everything else on top of that's just noise, and you just take the trade, you put the stop loss out. If I can maintain a 60% win rate, great.
Yep.
So Taxane, I have no clue how the market reacts with the whole lockup thing. The
Yeah,
900 million
dude, that's
shares
my
dump.
thing, dude. It's just you can get
But
destroyed, dude.
everybody knows about that. There is not a human being on Earth that hasn't had access to that information for like a year. So it's like if the market is that dumb, then great, short it right here, make the best short of your entire life. I just think the market is smart enough to read a publicly available press release that everybody has known. If the people at Goldman Sachs have not figured this out, they should be fired into oblivion. Because right, I'm seeing like randos on Twitter saying, just you wait till the 20% unlock. It's like, yeah, okay. So if you know it, so does everyone else. And
Yeah, but that doesn't mean that they won't sell the shares, Michael. It doesn't matter if they know it. It's more about do they sell the shares?
Priced in.
No, it doesn't matter that. It matters if they sell the shares, dude.
The market. I think the market. It's
it
a
can't
difference, right?
price in if it knows an investor is going to sell a share or not, Michael.
Yeah, but it's going to look at historical examples and assume how many on a percentage basis sell shares, right?
No,
the market
isn't.
Oh, okay.
No, it isn't.
That's just the difference. I think the market is forward.
Do you really think it's that smart? Do you really think it's that smart, dude?
The market is incredibly efficient, and if it wasn't, we would all be multi-billionaires. Right?
Oh, man.
Right? The market generally reacts to new news, not like incredibly old, dated news, like ancient news that's been around for a year.
So either the market's the best predicting thing in the planet.
So the market is smart enough to know when you place a fake order on an eval account and hunt it, but it's not smart enough to really read a publicly available S1.
We're not talking about the market, though. You're separating things now.
No, the market.
You're just trying to bring in completely different things now.
It's just prices.
No,
okay.
You're just separating things now.
Okay. I think the market's smart. I think this price action has already priced in a large percentage chance that there's going to be a share dump.
Here's the thing.
Right?
If you go and you look at it, it's actually a timed dump. Right?
Yeah, so it's the 20th and overtime.
August 21st, 7% roughly. The 90th day, another 7%. So it's not 20% right off of the bat. You're looking at slow dilution, right? It's not going to be immediate. So it's up to 28% after the third quarter earnings call. So could it have already happened? Well, we haven't reached those dates yet, but we could see on those dates. Now, here's the thing. It's in their best interest to do what to the price action? For that dissolution.
There's a 30% lockup. Also, a lot of these people, right? Like Elon doesn't sell any of his shares. If you're smart and rich, you just borrow against them, right? That's the main thing that happens, right? But again, they'll probably sell some. They'll probably keep others. It'll probably be a mixed bag of it. Question is a 50% down move from all-time highs, pricing in a probability that shares will be sold in an event that everybody saw coming because that data was made available before it went public. I just think the market's kind of priced some of that in, and it could bounce, right?
Let's look as well to see what the short volume is here. See if we're over 50%. Yeah, 70% short volume.
Oh, yeah, it's heavily. I think SpaceX's actual short float is up to 30%. But, right, that can resolve not by those shorts covering, just over time as the float expands, the short float will decrease in value. So if they can hold on, they'll kind of be bailed out anyway. Same thing that happened with AMC. No short ever had to cover an AMC because they just diluted the shares to oblivion. So that short float that of like 40% or whatever it was on AMC became 4% just because they diluted their shares 10 times. Oh, I got short. The robot shorted this DFNS. So pray. The Hail Mary and Our Father. But again, it's stop losses and everything. Everything's just a trade, Right. This one could be a little worrying because in theory it could halt through a stop loss, but that's why you trade everything small and you take your bet Yeah, make sure your probabilities are on your side, and you kind of move on from there.
Yeah, right now, basically since June 18th, we've seen that SpaceX volume, short volume, is greater than 50%. So over the past, I don't know how many days that is, right here, we've got more than 50% volume. So when we look at that on the chart as well, right here, oh, I can't draw on that one, but basically right here, from this point, once we broke the support, even before that, it squeezed a little bit and it's just been melting. And that's why the short volume is so high. So if we break the downward trend and we get some good news, that could really catapult up. And of course, the insiders want to sell when it's higher, not when it's dropped from the IPO. They're in an interest to inflate it and pump it before they sell off.
Well, and this is I think, and I haven't been able to find any other examples, but it's the only stock I can found that there's unlock rewards at price points.
Price specials.
I don't remember. I could be completely wrong in this. I just don't remember seeing it in which there's periods where it's like if it's up 30% from its IPO price, the 135 that everyone got in, not the 150, that they unlock like 10% more of the shares, which again is weird, but there's just more motivation there that happens. But at the end of the day, as a technician, right, no one looks at this and says, okay, this is a good short right now, right? I want to pile into this thing right now.
At all-time lows, right?
Yeah, it's down 3 weeks in a row in pretty much a straight line, oversold on every metric that you could possibly imagine. So if that's the case, then I just want to see if those shorts just get squeezed just a bit. Do we get that reversal that takes place? Give me into the 130s and I'm done. Right? Give me those and I'll move on with my life and look for the next one, right? So this is the whole probabilistic trading where I've looked at what happens to large cap tech stocks when they get that oversold. Generally speaking, a little bit of a short-term bounce that takes place, but so far TFNS is working out here. So again, this is the hangover setup. I've gone through the whole process with you. I have the AI that just wakes up every morning and says, here are names that are ripping on what I'm slowly training it to be kind of BS news, right? So the things I excluded right away, no FDA approvals, no insane earnings where it's gone from losing a crap ton of money to making a crap ton of money, nothing like that. And it just produces this list, and I put that into the bot, and it's the entry is a simple opening range break, right? So I got some slippage here because of the halt, but right, the price, the entry should have been about 38, and I got about 36 on this one. And then it calculates the size, and it just puts a stop there at the high of the day. It puts out a target, but I don't know why. I really don't want it to. I just want these things to, that was what Kevin taught me with these, is that these things can just bleed all day. He would come in sometimes at noon when we would transition over when it was Kevin. He's like, yeah, I shorted this thing off the open, and just as soon as the momentum is out of them and people stop caring about them, they just bleed for long times.
SpaceX right now, I see that bigger money as well, up at 158.78. So we've got some big moves. Once I see that flip as well, maybe it'll flip next week. I'll bring it to the table when I see that bigger money move. But right now it looks like they shorted up at 158.78. So if they could make 50%, they're probably going to be super happy after that, even 30%.
Yeah. So do you look at that and say, because it's so far away, there's room to go, or are your rules just real simple? If that level's above, it's just a no-go.
So here's my line right up here, right? If I see this, go like this, right? Follow the orange line, like this. There's a higher probability that they have taken their position here and they have bought down at the bottom. Could we easily see that happen before earnings? Yes, right? We could see that happen. The bigger money shorted it, then they get in, they rip it higher, boom, they're able to sell. my thoughts are this is going to have a big move to the upside before that first sell-off date. Why? Because they're in the interest of making the most money possible. Let's short it down. Then we're going to have good earnings surprise, rip it higher. All of the retail that shorted it all the way down, let's go ahead and dip into their pockets. Let's go ahead and take their money and sell at the top and break new highs when everybody else is going to get in up above here, maybe 245. And then, oh, look, we've made 100% and we're going to sell up here. That's my thought process.
I was thinking of you, Jane, too, when I was doing this, and we'll chat a little bit more offline, but StockTwits recently opened up an MCP, so you can scrape StockTwits data for free with an AI.
Okay.
So
Very
a
cool.
week or so ago, I grabbed, I set up an AI prompt where once an hour it goes in and it grabs sentiment data and all this. So if you
SPY
want,
tanking, guys. VIX is starting to rise. Let's go.
Any news on that?
Okay.
Any news catalyst to this?
close.
No, I'm just
close
I'm
to
re-
the
I'm
day.
waiting for it. I'm just looking for it. I'm not seeing any catalyst for it. Just this is what is expected, I think, today.
Yeah, so the idea with the StockTwits MCP is that you can just grab the sentiment data and we'll actually get a good look into historical and trending sentiment on different stocks in the market overall from, no offense, if you're a StockTwits user, what I think are probably the worst traders in the world, maybe second only to Wall Street Bets. So for a good counter trend indicator, I think this is going to be amazing.
Do you let them know that when you go on their platform?
Nope. Nope. I'm very prominent to say I think that the market's very smart and people trading the market are very dumb. And that's kind of
Hey, you better
my
not be
whole
telling
premise
them.
behind,
You better not be telling them those guys that trade the pool are dumb on their stream now.
No, well,
Hey, go check them out, chat.
Sure, but
Go check them out and let them know.
But yeah, so
All right.
I'm gathering all this data, and when I get something with it, I'll definitely bring you guys because I think it will be super easy to see. Show me everything that everybody like immediately hates, and that's gonna be my fishing ground for stuff that give me a positive result on something that hates. But again, these are the good projects to do. Remember, we are inside today's range. We are right at yesterday's open. We're inside even the opening 5-minute candle. So this is our first 5-minute candle. We're getting close to that low. So this is where these ORB traders start to come in and maybe short that opening range low. But so far, it's a pretty interesting day. Just levels to watch. I think this kind of after hours level of 138.20 might be an interesting one, but we got to get through the low of the day first. Different sectors, right? XLV, new highs of the day for XLV and healthcare. IBIT really doing well. So Bitcoin waking up just a bit, which is interesting. I'm looking at Ethereum down and Bitcoin up. That's the opposite of what I've been seeing lately. And bonds down, which they don't like. But yeah, mostly everything's down. It's like healthcare seems to be kind of holding up the SPY here a bit, and software.
Really, defensive and energy seems to be the areas that you're seeing the action hold. Real estate, healthcare, cyclicals slightly up 0.2, defensive 0.69, energy up 1.3, and that's from the open, right? So we'll see what happens. Energy definitely leading the action there. That's what's dumping the industrials. Basic materials are down. Financial services are down. Utilities, tech, and there goes the SPY, and there goes the VIX. Let's go. Sound that alarm. Looks like another Money Mitch call here. Boom goes the
Beautiful.
SPY, and down she goes. 738, 735s. I got
What's happening with our mags?
750 shares of VIX here. So let's see if we can get this to start rocketing. And the key here is a nice 4-hour setup. Right, you can see that setup going into it. Right, you can see how this has been building and building and building and building. If there's any day I think that it can do it today. We'll see what happens, because if you just wreck the market today, it does leave the door open, like Jane says, to bring it back tonight with the earnings. So this is why I think you can wreck the market today and then just try to scare everybody out, right? If they don't
Sell
wear
it
you out, to
close.
scare
So
you
many
out.
people will sell it close and then it gaps higher and rips into the weekend. Michael, does it have for the almanac, does it have when we have Mag 7 earnings? Does it have like a Mag 7 earnings
No.
Wednesday?
Problem is everything he does has to go back like 100 years. And of course, right, no one cared about these things. So most of them are just going to be seasonally related events, because the Mag 7 is something we made up like 2 years ago. So there's just not enough data there for him to go off of, essentially. He does have FOMC meeting today, and he actually has a little bear on the picture for today's 29th, right? Yeah, 29th. And then the 30th, he has a little bull. So that means there's a 60% chance lower today. Now, to scare people, I think first we need to get through yesterday's low. We're still hanging above yesterday's low there. But then, tomorrow he's got a little bull. So interesting. But yeah, nothing really. And then August is, I think, the slowest month of the year for the market.
Vacations.
Yeah, the A team's gone and the B team's sitting on the desk. Record up. Yeah, so it's about 50-50 and up or down maybe 10% on the month. So, right, just nothing really. That's best and worst. I think the best month was 10%. The worst month was down 10%. So, but yeah, so far, right, we're down below that area I talked about on the pre-market low. We're still well above yesterday's low, which is the day before's low. Like, if you remember this daily chart, we got 1, 2, 3, 4 lows in a row that we've been hanging out at this area, and we're just kind of drifting into that zone. Below that is where I think people start to get interested, because 4 times in a row you hit that level and you held. You keep knocking on the door enough times, eventually it should open. And this would be the 1, 2, 3, 4th time, 5th time in 5 days that we're in this. If you want to see how range bound the market is, that's all you got to do is look at the daily chart of the SPY and just know that we've just crazy.
What does that mean when we see that it goes sideways for 4 days, 5 days? They're positioning, right? They're getting a bigger position on for a big move. The low volatility leads to high volatility. So if we see that, we know a massive move is coming. So if you are able to get into sort of a reverse butterfly maybe, where you could, that you want it to be outside of this range. I don't know all the terms, but if you know that there's going to be a bigger move, then you're able to say, okay, I know that there's going to be a big move coming. I could hedge either way. You could do a strangle, right? Or straddle. I don't remember.
And you can also strangle a lot of people, but
yeah, the price action will strangle their wallets. But you're able to see that there's going to be a big move. It's clear because they are positioning. If we go sideways for weeks, like we saw with NVDA, right? It was from November till April that we saw that they just took NVIDIA sideways and then it catapulted up to the upside. We're starting to see the sideways price action. And once we have a decision this afternoon, if we have a bear move down, then it's a good chance that could continue to the downside, in my opinion. Let's see what's going on with XLF, right? What's going on with XLF over here with the financials and XLE? We're starting to see that those are moving higher. XLE, what's regional? KRE. Regional banks, right?
That's the little guys, yeah.
Yeah, so we're seeing that they are still continuing to grind higher. Higher interest rates is going to be better for banks, right? So if we are seeing that they are continuing to move higher, let's put on right there, 75.05 for KRE, and let's put one on for over here, 56.11 for regionals. Oh, sorry, for major banks, tier one. So if we start to see that dips below, I think the underlying issue with the market that a lot of people are not talking about is what's going to happen with the Fed. What's Warsh talking about? What's Trump trying to really do with the global financial system? He's trying to get it off of the dollar and into crypto. And that big change, if something like that happens, is going to, in my opinion, devalue the dollar, because they're saying, oop, let's go away from this paper product and let's go digital. Right?
So just
What is
looking,
that?
so far, I just wanted to do the Kalshi and the Fed Watch tool, and they're both 65, 75%, nothing. So it would be, if something happened, right, if Warsh did something, it would be a pretty dramatic surprise to the market. Now, usually this close to a report, you're seeing more like 80s, 90s%. But yeah, 60 to 75%. It'd be a big shock, right? If he comes through and he does something that's the not expected thing, it would be a interesting day in the market for sure.
Right. And if they are simply positioning now for let's go with that, black swan event of the market where they completely change what's going on with their plans and rug pull the market, that's a type of scenario where we could see them setting up for that today.
Yeah.
Based off of the sideways price action.
It's interesting. I am just make the market do something. I know that there has been carnage in like this one specific sector, but just overall, this has been a slow grind of a market that I'm very excited for. Hopefully today, and if not tomorrow, to let's get going. Right, let's get something. To deal with 5 days in a row just sideways like this becomes a hard time to just. At least I'm old enough that I notice it on my hands, but there's a lot of people out there that I think are probably having a bit of a hard time to try to get something going. And I'm worried that we're going to do like an undercut and a rip or a breakthrough. And then at the end of all of this, we end up just right back where we were. And then we stay here for the summer. That's like my biggest fear. I don't care if it goes up. I don't care if it goes down. I've got systems for both sides of it, but just do something, please.
Yeah. Right now, they're looking at all of the indexes. We're now on a weekly chart. We're pretty much topping out everywhere except for the Dow. The Dow, if we drop below last week's low of 514, then we're going, I know people are going to say they're too small, but 514, the open was 522, close 518.76. So if we close below 518.76 for the Dow, then we're pretty much bearish across the board. That's not just RSP. Let's throw an RSP on here, right? Let's throw RSP, eliminate the Dow. If we drop below the close of last week, 213.57, we're going to be bearish on everything, right? So I'd watch for 213.57. That's taking away, that's a bearish engulfing for this week if the RSP drops below that. And that I can't say I'm full on bull. It would be a yellow flag, caution, don't get in until it settles. Look for that discount.
Yeah, and that's what's the Warren Buffett quote of, there's no called strikes in the market, right? This is the thing I think to be doing with this time. Unless you're a day trader, you're trading like low float penny stock stuff, like go nuts. But if you are trying to swing or you're trying to hold moves for a period of time, I think now is a good time for this kind of theory crafting and what if analysis, right? Is if this happens, I'm going to do this. If this happens, I'm going to do that. So that when the event occurs, you're not sitting there, deer in the headlights. You've got a game plan that you can go through and you can say, okay, now that we're getting the movement and the event that I thought we would. Now here's kind of bets that I'm looking to place. That's one of the best things you can do, because there is a binary event coming, and if you want to prepare yourself for it, well, now it's time to do it because it's on the way.
For sure. What are your thoughts, Mitch?
I mean, right now, I think it's just like scratching on the wall. It seems like everyone is just in wait and see mode right now. The market doesn't want to do anything today, man.
Until
I'm stuck in
2:30.
this. I'm stuck in this VIX trade until the end of the day. The SPY could just bleed, though. That's one thing I do see. And then the Qs is what you really want to see if it comes back, right? Because if it can come back, then yeah, you can make the SPY bring back and come back. But if the Qs continue to leak and the SPY leaks, and then we start to get all sectors red, that's where you really start to really get concerned. I think the energy is going to continue today. That is an area that you can kind of play if you're looking for some hedging type of ability. You just got to look for the names that are holding on, like Chevron's pullback off of the 192 right now. I don't have buying power, but it does look good there, right? 192 hold right there, could come right back up to the 194s. Names that I like also, Valero, right, on the pullback there. Gush, right? I think these are all plays. And this is what pushes the SPY down, I think, today. If oil continues to climb, XLE is another option here. So I might pull up the day trade account and then kind of let the swing kind of work, and then maybe play some oil names here. That's the way that I see it. And also an area that's holding on well is defensive area. So your value trade is holding on, your Target, right? That type of trade, Walmart. And I still will say, I've been the one biggest proponent about Target, man. And I still think this is one of the best bets of the year. Too many people have not changed their mind about Target yet, and they will, but just probably way too late, right? This thing has been a beautiful comeback on the year. Beautiful comeback. We'll see what happens on there. Definitely seeing healthcare try to hang in there, but it's just slightly green. I think it's just trying to hang in there. Cyclicals are hanging in there a little bit more. That's your auto truck dealership play, your Carvana going up 3%, but really this is being led by LAD, at least a leader in the space. Don't know what the heck this company even does. I will be as honest as I can. Majority of the times I know, but look at that chart. That's a nice weekly chart. It's definitely breaking out. I don't know why it's up 14.7%. I don't know if it's earnings. Yeah, earnings came in, I think, after hours or this morning, really early.
They reported adjusted net income of 227.6 million and adjusted earnings point share of 10.03, both above IBES estimates of 201 million and 878. So they definitely came in above expectation. On that note, I'm going to head out to Target because I got to go get things for the new house. So have a great one. I will see you all tomorrow.
Target, have a good one. Target is where the money goes and money flows. And over here in Orlando, those Targets are popular. Let's just say that much. We'll see what happens. Carvana looks like a good trade there, but let's bring in Jesse. What's going on, Jesse? How are we doing?
Boom. Hey, good morning, guys. You know, Apple's still doing well. It's hitting new
value tech, man. That's your value trade in tech, Jesse. So whenever there's a moment of switch to value in technology, you'll see Apple go higher. This is a common move. So it's going to be one that I think if you want to, you write that one down, right? Write that one down in the playbook. When the market's struggling in the Qs, watch for Apple to do well.
Yep. SK Hynix over 4% today. I was looking at the Kospi overnight markets. I'm sure you guys saw this too. I saw that they opened up a emergency suicide hotline because of how much people are losing over there.
Well, leverage. Leverage will get you.
Exactly.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, this is why I mentioned in my beginning part of the show, are we seeing really, like I kept asking myself, like what was broken here in the AI trade, but we're starting to see what's called a global unwind. Not necessarily just a unwind here in the United States, right? It's an unwind all over the place, right? And if that's happening, we got to be careful. because we don't know when that unwind's going to stop, right? At least for the time being.
In the risky assets, right? Because if you look at ACWX, which is the rest of the world minus the US, it's down like 4%, right? So it's the Koreans, they're right now a special breed of gambler that's happening. It is like good for them, but you know, the leverage cuts both ways.
Down. You had SoftBank in Japan down 8%. So,
but they're just less concentrated, right? So again, ACWX, this is a great index to show. This is the rest of the world. If you take the US out, what's the world look like? And then that's the chart. And it kind of looks just like the SPY, right? It's down a little bit more, but this is a really good one because there's the ACWI. This is the entire world. So this is what happens if you add the US back in, and you can see they're pretty much the same, right? So yeah, 1.5 million Koreans got margin called, and it's what KORU is the good one to. Yeah, that's the 3 times leverage if you want to get insane. But yeah, it shows the danger of market concentration as well, right? People complain that the US has a concentrated market. It's like it's the 27th in the world, I think, when it comes to concentration of market. And the Korean market's essentially got 3 stocks, and they're all this DRAM kind of affiliated things. And the rest of it's from market cap weighting near nothing. So these swings are just nuts. You're talking 10% a day. So imagine waking up to a world where it's basically COVID again, right? Where the US markets were swinging 10% a day. And then there's leverage industries on top of that. And yeah, that's what they're dealing with. So it's rough for some people out there for sure.
All right, guys, you got the day trade account back on. Made a good $12,000, 500 yesterday. So not a bad day there for the 200K account. Got to keep making some money. Let's go make some more money. Let's trade some big trades. Let's see what happens out there. SPY continuing to break down. I got the VIX on my swing. I'm just going to hold that bad boy. It looks prime. I told myself, Mitch, go look at another account because we're not selling this thing. We're holding on, baby. We'll see what happens on that SPY continuing to break down. Will it make a new low right here? New lows, you got to go. We'll see what happens there. AMD, of course, still down there. Still seeing these stocks just still drag out there in tech. And now starting to see different sectors going close to the red. Healthcare close to the red. Real estate close to the red. Soon could be 3 sectors only in the green. We'll see what happens there as defensives pull back also.
Good to see D Ryder in chat, Nigel in chat, the Crow trades. Good morning, guys. I think Tech is in here. Sure. Yeah, there he is. Hey, Tech. Good to see you. Good morning.
Google was bouncing, not bouncing no more. So I think that's another.
Google was bouncing, you say?
Yeah, on the daily, right? Like in the last 4 days, it had actually gotten like a nice move back, like 7% move back. Like this was a sneaky move back, right? Like most people were looking at Google, and this was a 17-point comeback. Now starting to give it back up. So
beautiful.
Signs there. Let's go to Sprouts Farms to see if maybe I take some Sprouts. I was right out the gates there, but the volume was so dead out the gates that I couldn't even jump in it for the 5% rule, and still can't really do it. Like 71 shares is not going to do it for me. You know what I mean? This is where I'm a proponent of going back to no halts for these trades. I would rather have no halts than the 5% rule, but hey. I know that you penny stock traders fought to get your halting types of trades. So you guys won the battle. I'm definitely a proponent of taking this 5% rule, though, and snip.
Are there some mid? So I look at large caps predominantly, but are there some mid caps that you guys like to look at that move and have some good liquidity in the markets?
Yeah, there's always going to be something, right? There's going to be. You just got to look. What you need to do is you need to trade something that has volume. If it doesn't have volume, then you're just wasting your time.
Exactly.
But the thing is,
I was just thinking, any tickers come to mind?
That used to be some of the advantage, right? So like a SoFi, I would still consider a mid cap. It's a $15 one, right? It like right now I could get 37,000 shares, right? Well, that might be a little bit too much, Jesse. You know what I mean? It's not like you can't get any shares on certain names. It just depends on the name, depends on the liquidity. Right? If I go to an AMD or let's go to a smaller name in price, let's go even a Carvana that's now a $60 stock, right? I could get 300 of this, right? That's a $60 stock. You just got to be looking at different names, right? We can go to.
And it's going to change by what's in play at the time, right? So you're gonna get a lot of liquidity right now from a lot of the AI kind of related stuff, and then say there's a big name when you're up quantum computers are having a big day, then you'll get that kind of action. So
speaking of which, I know what to short today. This thing.
UBTS.
Oh yeah, I'm going for it, dude.
He's shorting it.
Short. I am evil short right now, dude. Look, watch. We're gonna hammer down in a second. Now we got the rejections that we needed to see, right? All rejections. Now it should get heavy. There's the heavy tape. You saw how I got heavy, 98,000. Now we just added. Now we got 4,000 shares, right?
Beautiful.
So boom. Let's see how we can do. And I can only get up to 4,900 shares, so I didn't want to break the rule. So we got it there, guys. 4,000 shares there short on QBTS. Can we get a breakdown on QBTS? Let's find out. So the key is this one had good news yesterday. Look at the market. Oh, down she goes. Down, 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 down. Poof, 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 poof.
Well, and it's right. Take a look at the RSP, right? And just goes to show it's just more of the same.
Money making Mitch.
I shorted it too, Mitch.
There you go, my boy.
There you go. Why not?
Let's make some money together, bro.
Let's both do it.
Let's make some money together. Like a team.
There you go. Dream team.
All right. So now we want to see it go heavy. Fast down.
Yeah.
Fast. Fast. Just like the SPY is looking, right? Like you want this to look like the SPY, which is this, right? You see the heavy move, right? That's heavy, right? Small tickers, small tick, small tick, small tick, all of a sudden big tick down, right? That shows you what? Momentum pickup to the wrong side if you wanted to be long, right? So there you go. SPY takedown. Let's see if it comes back here. But definitely going to look for QBTS to just start really driving here. And the best part is back up above, let's say 17, we know we're wrong, right? So that's the key. A lot of times, if you can have that type of level. Now you see how it's gapping away from the price action? That's good signs.
Boom. There it goes. There it
You know what I mean? Now we're up $400, right? Right? I could pay myself here and do a cushion trade and then kind of reload, pay myself this is what you kind of need to do, I think, Jesse, with these bigger accounts. Let's say like take that 400 and then now take a trade again, but then let 400 be your risk. Right? Because then now you're essentially playing with the house's money. But a lot of times what traders will do is what I'm doing right now, which is what? Waiting, right? Waiting the action out. And then the stock could come back at you and then you just gave up those $400. But really, we could have took those $400 up, right?
Right.
Like this is the key about having money that a lot of traders don't understand. When you have buying power, you have money to be making small gains and stacking up those small gains. But when you don't have buying power, you can't do that, right? Like if I only had, let's say 100 shares there, do I really want to run to $20? Probably not, right? But at 4,000 shares, at 400, yes, the risk might not even seem asymmetrical, right? It's probably not even a one-to-one trade there, right? But the truth is, it's still a reward that you can give yourself a cushion on the day. And I notice how much in day trading, cushions matter. When I see the best day traders have a really good day, a lot of times it's because they won on their first trade and they gave themselves the backing of that trade to keep pushing on the day. So part of day trading, I think, is knowing when you're hot and knowing when you're not. So when you're hot, you gas pedal, right? And when you're not, you just go the opposite way really quickly. You're like, you notice it really quickly and you're like, oh, yep, time to head to the hills because today's not that day, right? The best day traders just understand this better than others. How they're doing this? They're studying their data, right? They're understanding what environments are best for their strategies, right? And then also being able to size up when needed, when things are going well. Right? That's how you really start winning in the day trading game. It's not always taking the same size in every position. I don't think that's also the key because I also think what's important is being able to make money when things are working. And so you need to be able to put risk on when things are working. This is part of being subjective trader that I think a lot of traders struggle with. They understand the risk side of things for the downside. They don't understand how to put risk on when they're winning. Like that becomes a real challenge, right? Because they're always risk adverse. They're always loss adverse. They're always scared about that the next trade is going to be a big loser for them, right? There you go, Jesse. We got the action we needed to see. 9 EMA rejection to recover. And boom, bigger bar is what we wanted to see, right? We got the bigger bar, Jesse. Let's hold on. Let's go ahead, baby. Let's go get some dinner, Jesse. We're going out tonight.
Let's do it. It's on you.
Let's go.
Less shares.
It's on me.
It's on you, brother.
Sake
Michael,
bombs, let's go.
When are you coming to San Francisco? When's your talk?
I leave tomorrow at 5 in the morning.
Guys, go fanboy with Michael Noss in San Francisco. Go chase him down. Go put some stickers on him.
Go put go grab a drink.
Go put a kick me sign on him for me, and I will pay you $50.
Oh, nice.
Anybody gets a kick me sign on Michael Noss in San Francisco gets $50. I will Venmo you the $50.
Wow. Yeah, it's gonna be a good time.
If someone sends me a picture with Michael Noss and a kick me sign, I think I might have to send you more.
Well, might be meeting up with our buddy Steve, depending on
Steve. Yeah, Steve could do it.
Steve, put the kick me sign on him.
Yeah, it's gonna be a good time, and then I'm taking the whole next week off, hanging out with the family, staying away from the markets. Well, I'll still do my trading because that takes me like
the bot,
5 minutes. Yeah, it takes me 5 minutes a day to trade. But just kind of don't build nothing. Don't look at the computer as little as possible. It's gonna be a good time. I think it's been 2 years since I've had any kind of actual vacation. So,
wow.
Yeah, it's overdue. Well, you know how it goes. There's no vacation with. Oh no, I'm back from San Fran in Sunday. Yeah, I think.
I thought that's where you were taking the family. I thought that's where you were taking the family. You said, "No, we ain't going to no States."
No, I don't need to go to the States for that. No offense to you Americans. I got it good up here. So
he said, I'd rather go somewhere else, dude. Yeah, everyone in the chat's probably like, "Oh, San Fran, awesome, dude. You're gonna go see the bridge, and you're gonna be all with the millennials."
And then what do? You go, that's a nice bridge. We got those over there. we got bridges too.
I've never seen a bridge before.
Yeah, good job with the bridge. I don't know what else you got there. Alcatraz. Like I could.
Yeah, they do have Alcatraz.
That seems like a cool place.
Yeah, so I'll be going and giving my speech and ripping right back as kind of quick as I can. So.
Get out of those filthy states.
Get out of those American.
Get out of
American states.
Oh, man.
And then we'll be doing some canoeing, do some portaging. We'll be out in the wilds.
If ever I'm up in Canada, which which I've never been, Michael, where are the best? What is the best place to visit? If someone's never been like myself, where would you say, hey, yeah, go check this place out?
Depends what you want, right? It's Toronto's a mini New York. You got all the French cool stuff from Quebec and Montreal. You've got the Rocky Mountains over in BC. If you want to see something that's really flat, you can go to Saskatchewan. There's the old joke in Saskatchewan, you can see your dog run away for 3 days. Like they just big glacier went through, and it's just it all depends what you want. I like Nova Scotia because I like we're a peninsula, barely, mostly an island, so we have a lot of cool stuff. But yeah, Canada's, you got to remember, Canada's bigger than the States, right? Like landmass wise, so you can get a little bit of everything depending on where you go. The feel, just like in the States, right? The feel from New York to California is really different. So just like in that, with when it comes to the difference between the East Coast and the West Coast and the cities in the middle and all that stuff are going to be way different. So it just depends what vibe you're after.
Gotcha. Cool.
Right. Looking at real degenerate trade, feeling degenerate today. DFNS. Are you still hangover short there, Michael? It looks nice.
Short at 36 with a stop at the high of the day and hold till the end.
You're short 36, stop high a day. All right, so get to 36. Let's get a better price than Michael. But it looks good. It looks good. It looks like it's about to drop off there. I was thinking about shorting the 33s there, but it's going to be pretty fast. Yeah, it's going to be pretty fast.
It's dropping. Yeah.
Yeah, the hard part is the spread. You see, like right there, you're wide about like $1.06. So this is the type of spread where you gotta do like the ladder approach to get in.
Yeah.
We'll put out like 5 or 6 different orders at different levels and look to see which ones get filled. Yeah. Right? Like I would never bid fill on this thing like that because you're just asking to get destroyed, right? Because you're already pretty much in the like any little bounce and you'll get wrecked real quick. So what you do is you put a ladder approach. You're like saying, okay, I'll fill at 33 and above, right? So I can put like 33, 33.50s, 33.75, 34 out. And then if any bounces are coming or there's a widening or what we call, those liquidity searches, right, from the market maker, right, those like quick little sweeps, well, you get to get some fill in the right direction, right? Where you're shorting into strength versus shorting into weakness, like Michael calls it, right? Shorting in the hole. That's what traders call it. Especially on a name like this that has a big spread. You don't want to short into the hole because that could really wreck you, right?
Is Canada still on fire? Dynamic Bag Drills wants to know, Michael.
There we go, Jesse. We're going to make some dinner.
Again, it's bigger than the States, so there's probably and it's got 1/10
I don't
the
know.
population.
It's nowhere near
right?
me,
so
right?
It's well, just think about a country larger than yours with 1/10 the population. That's how much just nothing we have up here, and so it's probably, I don't know, some of it's probably on fire somewhere. We got a lot of trees.
All right, sending something over to you, producer. We're going to do a little SK Hynix review before we get to our swing session today. Of course, we do have swing trading kind of education coming up, but before we do that, I have some education for you guys, at least on SK Hynix's earnings. I think we should dive deeper into that, right? So we'll deconstruct that. We'll pull it up right now. I have a little bit of a video for us here that we can dive into and understand SK Hynix.
And while we're bringing that up, just looking through, you just got to remember
we are boring day today. We are just fading.
Weird.
Money Mitch with the call of the day, the fade trade.
Well, yeah,
and it's been a fade.
Let's see what happens if we can finally get through these lows of the last couple of days, right? We just ticked under yesterday's low. So first kind of outside of this range we have been in ages. So now we got a low from a couple days ago. What was that? The low from last Wednesday? So we're sitting there right now. Let's see if we can break down.
We're speeding up.
See if we...
You can see it there, man. I was looking at this as a rejection here. That's why I felt like it could finally break those lows that Michael's talking about right now. And now she's really starting to go, right? So now it's like I talked about. You could see only 2 sectors in the green in a few minutes. That's exactly what's happened. Only defensive, only energy in the green from the open. So those are the only 2 areas to hide right now. Versus it's been different, right, Michael? What have we been seeing? Where there's like 8 sectors and tech is down, right? So there's 8 sectors green, but tech is down. That's how the SPY can hold. But when tech is down and then everything else is down and there's only 2 sectors in the green, it's not going to be able to hold. So here's the leak.
Yeah, the SPY, and then you go and you look at the RSPs, you look at the average stock, still above yesterday's high, right? Barely doing nothing.
It's fading, dude. Fading, well, let's be honest.
It's above yesterday's high and yesterday's low and today's low. So
we're seeing a split of the relationship, right? Of what was happening yesterday. That's what I'm trying to note right here. And that relationship has changed, right? Where yesterday you were seeing the RSP go up when the SPY was going down and the Qs were going down, but now they're more in line, in tune. Why? This sector rotation that I just mentioned, right? That's what's important here, I think, for everyone to notice.
Yeah, and it's focused on that relative strength, right? Because if we get any kind of stop going down of the sectors that are dragging, right? XLV still up 0.25%, XLF not doing that bad at all, right? Still above yesterday's low, and bouncing here. So just, right, focus on the relative strength. There's a lot of it out there. Don't let everyone get, there is no crash. We're down like 3% from all-time highs. There's certain sectors that are really under pressure, and focus on those if you want to be to the short side. Focus on the ones holding up just fine if you want to be the long side, and hope that FOMC and this friggin' earnings that's coming get something happening.
All right, Jesse, we're ready to cash here towards the 1650s. We could see this fade all day here, but I don't mind taking a nice little 1500 and continuing the trend that we're doing, right? So let's see if we can get a nice little $1,500, get another break of the 1660s, go towards the 1550s, and then we'll cash through that. Let's see what happens out there, Jesse. Already up 4 digits again, baby. Sound that alarm. Let's go. Get it, get it.
There it is.
Boom, boom. I'm trying to run with the bags, dude. Trying to run with the bags today. Let's go. One more little collapse to the 1650s and we run with the cash. Rocket Labs going lower. SPCX, are you gonna give me double digits today?
Today,
I'd love to see it.
A 13% drop today. That'd be wild. Could do it, but
I'll take it. I gotta get my order ready, dude. At the 70s, I think I'm only gonna get like a day or 2 to get it. So I'm gonna put an order out. This is gonna be a more longer term bet. Not gonna be on Trade the Pool, but I'm gonna be looking to probably put 70, 50, and then maybe even 30 out. I don't expect 30 to ever hit, but if it does, I would rather have a 50 than a 70, right? So I will take it at 50 and then just hold on for dear life. Because then at that point, Elon is going to go broke if he doesn't turn things around. So we'll see what happens here, guys. That's going to be my approach to SpaceX. I'll tell you one thing. I'm definitely happy I didn't buy the IPO because that's just gonna wreck me if I'd be up there, because there was somebody like the day 2 and like being like, oh, I got this, man, let me add into the 178s 179s, and they just got pounded, dude.
Hopefully that's a good lesson for them, right? Buy stocks that have doubled in 2 days.
You don't buy IPOs
without an exit plan. Because if you bought it on day 2, you still had day 3 and 4 to profit.
You get out, dude.
Right? But
you got to take your money and run. Right?
We need those people. We need those people that are chasing gains in order to have the market make money. Like those are the guy who bought DJT at 150 and the guy who bought AMC at like $900. We need those people.
We need you. That's what Trump's saying right now. DJT's at $10. It's trying to make a comeback. Oh, good Lord. Can't even say that with a straight face.
Now that he's right, the change in that one has been him selling his API access. So that will make him some money.
All right, guys, let's go. Let's get that one more little leg down here. Let's see how the VIX is doing here. VIX got up there to 2288. I haven't even looked at my account in a little bit because it's just probably going up and I don't want to cash just yet. It's one of those trades, guys. We called it right out the gates, talked about it on this. I'm not even going to go to the account because I don't want to see it. But looking good there for the VIX to continue to break. If it can break 23s and going into the 24s, that would be a nice max gain on the day. Of course, that's 50% of the account. If we can get that, let's see if we can get that today. It's set up. It's set up for it. We'll see what happens. Another thing that's continuing to happen is that momentum action that we talked about yesterday. So one thing that I think is important is that like when you get momentum breakouts, you want to have those short-term moving averages hold. Today you're seeing that 20-day also added 20 EMA on the pullback. You're seeing it hold really well. So let's see if that can hold on pullbacks here. You can still get a little bit of a bounce here in the Qs, but watch for the SPY on the 15 minutes. That's what I'm going to be looking for, is for any move back up into this space to get rejected. It needs to get way back to 740s to get back to open today. So, I mean, that's a pretty good ways away. Let's see what happens if we get continued breakdown here.
Well, and remember, there is a catalyst that could make it do just that. I read a stat somewhere that it's on FOMC days. If you look at the high and the low of the day before the FOMC announcement, there's like a greater than 50% chance that both of those are violated after the announcement. So you get basically a new low is made and a new high is made after over half of FOMC announcements. So it's why you'll see a lot of traders, especially short-term traders, they're just going flat into it, and then they'll re-employ their bet after the fact. Because if you got a 50-50 chance, if you have a low a day stop or a high a day stop, that both of them are triggered, then it's like, okay, let me make my money, let me sidestep it, and then, if I still like the trade, let me re-engage. Now for swing trading and stuff like that, it's like, you place your bet and you just let it go. But that's just always a fun stat. Just means that
there we go.
Things always go a little wonky.
Yep, still in this. It's still going down. Hit a new lower
Jesse,
low.
baby, Jesse.
There it goes.
Jesse.
Come on.
All right, Jesse, we'll be looking to cash on this as it breaks down, and you can hold on as all as you want, right, in your call, but I'm probably going to cash into this move. I think we could see a further move down. Of course, this stock had a huge pop off of news. That's why another reason why it's a kind of an easy short target, right? It gets this like kind of fluff news, it pushes up, but really, we know how these quantum stocks are. They're dreams in the future, right? So we'll see what happens. Right now, there's that 1655, 1656. We're looking for a little bit more to get that 1500 return right there at that 1650s. We'll look to see what happens. Can we get it in the next little trigger here? Now to get you guys over to some education. I told you guys I brought you guys some education for SK Hynix. We're going to go to that right now. So I'll let you know if I cash in between that. But let's go to some action to find out what happened in SK Hynix last night. Why was it getting the bounce? And maybe why is it getting the down?
SK Hynix just closed the second quarter with 79.32 trillion won in revenue, a historic high for the company. Operating profit reached 60.54 trillion won, representing a 556% expansion compared to the same period last year. The most striking metric in the report is the operating margin, which hit 76%. This level of profitability is rarely seen in the world of large-scale hardware manufacturing. This software-like performance comes from a company with a massive industrial footprint, involving heavy equipment and intensive capital requirements. Even with these record-breaking figures, SK Hynix fell short of the consensus expectations set by Wall Street analysts. This dashboard highlights the variance. Both revenue and operating profit landed roughly 5% below the LSEG smart estimates of 84 trillion and 64 trillion won.
Very smart estimates.
This gap between forecast and reality reflects a strategic move into fixed, long-term contracts, which isolated the company's revenue from recent spikes in the commodity spot market. Deconstructing this 76% margin reveals the specific engineering and financial mechanisms SK Hynix used to decouple their performance from the traditional memory cycle. To understand the revenue miss, we have to look at the models analysts use. Many projected SK Hynix's earnings based on the assumption that they were following the standard commodity memory cycle. However, SK Hynix has shifted its production mix. A high percentage of their DRAM wafer capacity is now dedicated to custom high-bandwidth memory. HBM units use multi-year agreements, creating a stable revenue line. Legacy commodity DRAM follows the volatile spot market. When spot prices spiked late quarter, competitors saw a windfall. SK Hynix's fixed pricing missed this spike, causing the variance from expectations. The company traded those short-term windfalls for guaranteed multi-year volume commitments from major global technology clients. In this context, the miss was a calculated trade-off to insulate the balance sheet from the traditional boom and bust cycles of the industry. If contract pricing limits the revenue upside, we have to look elsewhere to explain how the company still achieved a 76% operating margin. The answer lies in the hardware requirements of the AI boom. Modern accelerators depend on massive memory throughput, making HBM the critical bottleneck for AI. SK Hynix currently controls approximately 50. This superior heat management prevents silicon warping, allowing SK Hynix to produce significantly more viable chips per wafer. Higher yield rates lower the effective manufacturing cost per unit, which is what allows the gross margin to expand so aggressively. While SK Hynix enjoys 76% margins, competitors using legacy packaging techniques are seeing margins in the 15 to 25% range. The company is already shipping HBM4 in commercial volumes, maintaining a lead in execution. This level of financial leverage is the result of specific packaging and engineering choices made years before the rest of the market could react. Profitability this quarter was also supported by a turnaround in the NAND flash storage division. As AI models move toward large-scale inference, data centers are requiring massive repositories of high-speed storage. This demand spike drove up prices and volumes for enterprise SSDs, turning the NAND division into a major profit center. SK Hynix capitalized on this shift just as their 321-layer 3D NAND reached peak production efficiency. This cash flow allowed the company to reduce its total borrowings to 18.60 trillion won. They now hold a net cash cushion of nearly 70 trillion won. That capital is being used for aggressive fab expansion to fulfill the long-term commitments tied to their $500 billion NVDA partnership. SK Hynix is using its free cash flow to build physical capacity barriers that competitors will find difficult to match. Despite the record profits, the broader memory market recovery remains uneven across different sectors. The industry is experiencing a K-shaped recovery, where segments move in opposite directions. The upper arm represents AI server memory and enterprise SSDs, seeing severe shortages and intense demand. The lower arm shows consumer handset and PC markets, which struggle with a sluggish recovery. For SK Hynix, the bottleneck is not a lack of orders, but physical supply chain constraints in advanced packaging and downstream foundry capacity. Tightness in the memory supply is expected to persist as autonomous AI agents and multimodal models increase the memory requirements for every server. By locking in long-term orders and solving the most difficult physical packaging challenges, SK Hynix has decoupled from the commodity cycle and built a durable, high-margin position in the AI hardware stack.
Cool.
Nice. Very cool.
Most of those things have so many words that I don't understand. But
Yeah. And
hopefully you guys understand.
as a voice actor, hearing the AI voice is just kind of different. I hear that, and I've been in the profession for a decade, and I'm just like, oh, it's good, but man, it's just not. Whatever. I don't want to say too much. The presentation is good, and Mitch does a great job putting all this together. It's just the actual voice itself, right? That I'm like,
Not there yet, but someday soon.
Yeah, no, it's gotten a lot better in the last few years for sure.
And it's just gonna keep going.
Yeah,
as crazy as it is.
No doubt. I see it. It's there.
But yeah, just looking at the market, just more, right? Yeah, we're down almost 1%, but that just still kind of puts us in line with these prior lows.
Yeah,
yeah. Are we doing something for FOMC? Is that?
Let's see what we got. I'm looking at the schedule.
We have a schedule.
We do. It's our YouTube live trading on. It's a live trading room on our Excel. It's got all the information on here. And let's see. Are we doing something on FOMC? I'm not. Yes. So tomorrow they're going to touch on FOMC.
Okay.
2:00.
But not the actual call, because it's. Now remember, so just to prep people, we have the announcement, which we are 70-ish%, depending on where you look, sure that nothing's going to happen. So if nothing happens, that will likely be somewhat of a non-event. If the expected thing happens, it's usually not what you get the market move on. It's when the unexpected thing happens. So if we get some sort of big pop or something, then yes, maybe you got to focus on something there. But it's really going to be more of the look at what they say, not what they do. So at the 2:30 mark, when he steps on stage and starts answering questions from all these jerks, and then
they are jerks.
Then you get something that I think is a movement that is interesting. Is once he goes out there, because they always are just trying to pick out hints of what he's going to do next. And famously, this guy has said that he does not want to answer those questions. Right? Yeah. And he wants to. So where J-Pow was very open, he very much would just say, this is. The market for the first bit didn't believe him when he said, this is exactly what I'm going to do over the next year. And then he would just do it, where this guy is saying that he doesn't want anyone to know what he's going to do when things kind of pop out. So they'll try. Yeah, I don't think it'll matter as much. And then after that, we have earnings. So there's just a whole,
there's a whole smorgasbord of things that are going to make the market go up, down, a little sideways action probably. What is your sentiment on FOMC? What is your thought on it?
I'm in the nothing ever happens camp. I believe a lot in the wisdom of the crowds and how intelligent markets are. And if there's a 70% chance that nothing's going to happen, then I kind of line up with that. It means there's 30% chance that he's going to do something. It's just, I think that in most case scenario, he's just not, nothing's going to happen. And then we just look at kind of what happens next. I think earnings will be a little bit more of a show, because specifically, like we talked about, the average large cap stock made a new all-time high yesterday, right? So there is nothing to worry about with most stocks. Yesterday, most stocks made new all-time high. The sector that's under pressure now, the one that is making people kind of queasy, is just the AI sector. So if that comes out, and we've got Meta and Microsoft, I think those are big AI players. So if they come out and kind of wave the everything is sunshine, kittens, don't worry about it, and then we get the lift from the sector that's been dragging us down, then we could see more all-time highs in the Qs, and things could turn around. Everyone gets all excited and everything. If they come out and they say, hey, we're going to slow spending, or we're not seeing the gains that we thought were, just something negative, then that's, to me, a big different story of, okay, maybe we start to see a bleed through into other parts of the market, which we just haven't yet. So it's a big deal, I think.
Yeah. Do you think in this rotation that we're having, especially with the semiconductors, do you think it's I'm watching MU right now, we're hitting new low of day 778 at the moment. We know it's all been going down for the last week or so, off and on. Do you think we see the $1,000 mark again? Do you think DRAM comes back, or do you think essentially it's hit its high and now we're just going to kind of play around in the 40s, maybe even tap the 30s zone?
I've been in the same camp for a while, right? On the way up here, and everyone's like, why are you buying healthcare? These things are going up 20% every day. But eventually the repricing is done, and then you end up being in NVIDIA. Right? That this was the big hotness a couple of years ago, and this was going up 10% every day. And I was saying the same thing. It's great, for everyone that owns it. Eventually, I think they've reached whatever fair value is. The market has gotten to the point where it's like, okay, that's roughly what this stuff is worth. And that's where I think they'll be. So I think for like things like MU, it probably finds a level somewhere around here, maybe somewhere between, I'd say, here and all the way down here. So call it like, I don't know, 650 to 950. And it just spends years there, unless there is it was wrong in its mispricing, right? Because they said MU was worth this, and then all of a sudden we need all these DRAM chips. So now MU is worth this. And that takes time, and that's what kind of trend trading is riding the trend when it happens and then moving on with your life when it stops. And I think we probably reached that point that unless they've incredibly underestimated the amount of these chips they're going to need, which you got every smart person in the world very incentivized to figure this out, I think it's probably just going to hang out around here. So it'll be a great trading vehicle for a while, but I don't think we're seeing like another double or anything out of these things anytime soon. Could be wrong, but again, the market's smart. So I always just try to look at, so during this time, this is when I was doing, buying a ton and just yelling at everyone, buying XLV and buying healthcare, right? It's boring, but it's just the thing that was moving at the time. And what I'm looking for next, and I don't know if this is going to happen, but I really like this IBB chart. And right, this could be the next kind of pop from there, where, because what we need to hear from these earnings at some point is everyone going, oh yeah, we're noticing huge benefits from our AI. Like, we're able to make widgets way more efficiently with way less workers and whatever it is. And that should start to hit some of these other sectors. So you could even look at something like IWM that's held on way better than the Qs. Say, maybe that's the place to take a look at, right? Some of these mom and pop companies. The benefit of them is they can move a lot. Like, it's way harder for a $1 trillion company to become a $2 trillion company than it is for like a $10 million company to become a $20 million company, right? That's just a way even if it's 100% pump, that's just a way easier kind of move to make from just a market cap standpoint.
Yep, that makes sense. That makes sense.
Looking around here, oil continuing to creep.
What's up, guys?
We're grinding higher.
Money,
I'll tell you what's continuing to creep. What's up? Did you like that cast, Jesse?
That was fun, man. That was fun. My only problem was
my friend.
I got that whole 10 cent thing. So I was taking some profit in that zone. So some of it didn't count, but I still walked away. Not as much as you, but with 750. 750,
got
baby.
too trigger happy, right? You got too trigger happy there. 1650s, man. That's where we needed to take the money. We took the money and ran. That was a nice $1,500 trade. And then on the VIX, I'm up over 2% now.
Woo.
From this move this morning, right? VXX talked about it right before the open. Talked about the setup there, and boom, there she goes. Still doing really well, holding on to the 23s, and the SPY is continuing to go down and bleed. Bleeding red here, now to 734s. Getting slower, though, so we could get any bounce at some time here. Looking to see if I can get above the 23s, seeing if we're just going to lag down. We could still lag down and just keep it going, right? So at this point, I'm watching more like 30-minute charts, especially on the SPY. So you got to kind of go back in your time frames to kind of get calm, right? Because the 1 minutes are going to freak you out here, especially if you're short or in a longer term position. You can go to the 30 minutes charts. And as long as we're not really seeing green on the 30 minutes, we're still looking at leak, right? So that's what I want to keep watching the trends. Once it starts to turn, I can take my money and run. But right now, we're looking pretty good, right? Almost a $500 day there for me in the swing account. Needed to bounce back. Having a good bounce back at least to start the action. Big part of this also hourly candles and 4-hour chart still intact here for a bigger breakout, right? It's still intact to go even bigger than this, right? So I think I'll be watching to see what happens. How much can we really gas pedal today? Can we push through this high here of 2319? Is this it? Yeah, 2319s. That's the next spot to look for the breakout. See what happens there, guys. Not a bad day, man. Not a bad day.
Not bad at all.
Do you see this this trader that was going around that lost $23 million or $24 million on SanDisk?
No. Did he really?
He's still up from last year, but he had like a leveraged SanDisk position on. It went from 1 million to 27 million and back down to 3 million. It's like, man.
Good job, dude. Great job.
Like, you know,
great job.
If you take
you couldn't even taken like at least $1 million to go on vacation during this, dude.
Well, he still tripled his money this year, but yeah, it's hard.
Nah, that's not good, dude. Let's be honest. You lose that much money from the top potential, that's not a good year. You should have had the record year, the career year, right? Sometimes you got to understand, you're not going to get many career-like years in your trading, right? So you got to take them when you get them. You had it. You just got greedy, right? Let's just be honest. Just got greedy. Right. Let's say if it goes to 27, you go back down to 20. At some point, you gotta say what's your number, all right, for this trade. If you're trying to hold on, right, maybe it's 15, but to let it go back to 3,
yeah,
right. I think you're doing it wrong.
Well, even a cut and a half.
I think you're doing it wrong, right?
Yeah, 90% gone and just wild.
That's just being reckless, right? Let's just be honest. There's one thing being reckless on an eValve account. There's a whole nother thing being reckless with literally cash.
Well, it's funny because there's that famous experiment that if you give someone $20 and then you measure their happiness and do a survey and then you take that $20 back, they're like way more mad than before, even though they're in the exact same position they were before. But yeah, this is the thing going viral on Twitter right now. It's just like, oof. Again, yeah, those are the moments you wish he had someone close to him and said, listen, you started with a few 100,000. It's worth like 3.8 million. Just now, like, just stop. And he's not gonna. He's gonna hold, hoping that it goes back to 27, 30 million. And you just wish someone would kind of grab his hand and go, listen, man, you can sell now. You can put 4 million in your pocket. You could, right? You put that in the market. That's what, call it $250,000, $300,000 a year for the rest of your life. Like, just do it. But yeah, it's you hope he's got some people that he trusts.
All right, starting to see that bounce that we talked about on the SPY. So at this point, we'll go closer in the time frame and make sure that it doesn't break the 1 minute high that it just made. If it starts to break that, I can start to just cash out on the VIX. If it breaks 734, I just stay in and ride the wave. Right, so at this point, 735, let's say 50s will get me out, and I'll just continue to watch that, right? So I'll show you the SPY. I'm watching it on the right-hand side with this, right? I could overlap it too, but you see that spike right there. That's if we reclaim it and we want to come back, kind of spike, right? So it's not necessarily about the spike that gets you concerned. It's about the reclaim above that spike because you get high volume on that. That's usually someone covering already. Right, so what you want to see is do the buyer step up now, right? So let's see a buyer step up here. That'd be taking out this high, and then you can start to climb back. Doesn't mean that it's coming all the way back, no, but at this point, I also am willing to take some cash, right? Make sure that I pay myself on the day, and then just look to see what I do for the rest of the day, right? Because like Michael says, it is FOMC day. It is a little bit of a shake type of day. I'm just trying to ride the wave, right? The wave has been down. I'll keep riding it, but if the wave starts coming back at me, right, you get out, right? And that's the important thing, right? Understanding like the trend, right? And the trend's your friend until it isn't, right? You see how the moving averages are all above, but now they're kind of slightly going horizontal. That's also a sign, right? So if you guys are moving average people, when you see those horizontal moving averages, that's when you got to be careful for whipsaw action coming soon. Does it mean that it's going up or down? No. But sideways, and sideways on the moving averages, just tells us more and more volatility is contracting, and you're about to see an expansion of volatility.
Tax says, Mike, let's talk about where the puck is going after today. I had no idea. If I knew, I would take large bets. That's why I'm sitting in a lot of cash. I took a bunch of positions yesterday, but I'm sitting mostly in cash, and I'll wait it out. You know, I don't have to go today, right? I've got this one day trade on here, and then in my big boy account, I got a bunch of day trades on as well. I might close those before FOMC too, and just, I don't know, go. I'm gonna pack for my trip. Maybe take a nice solid nap. Wake up after everyone's reported. Yeah, it's a very, think about it like it's earnings for the whole world is happening today.
Oh,
yeah, right. So you're gonna have kind of choppy action. So just be cautious in whatever you do, and make sure you're YOLOing responsibly.
yeah.
Such an
I just wish I
oxymoron.
had.
YOLO responsibly, people.
I wish I had more money in the VIX here. Más dinero. Necesito más dinero. For my Spanish people, I need some more money. Let's see if the SPY can break down a little bit further. It did that little tick back. Let's see if we can break that lower level now on the 15-minute. And then you do what on the 30-minute? Keep it red, right? So that's why the 30 minutes are really good ways of looking for trends like that are established, right? Like you're seeing this be straight red in 3 candles, right? Like this was a trend to the up, right? 3 candles up, right? So now you've broken that support. The key is just keeping big bars on the downside, right? If we can keep that red, we can keep on fading, especially with the daily chart the way it is. The daily chart just looks like it wants to come back here towards the 727, maybe potentially the 720s. And that could mean that the Qs eventually heads towards the 200 moving average, which I talked about just earlier this week, maybe being 650s. You see that bar there? I have it drawn out there. I'm looking for it to eventually get towards that zone. Who knows? Maybe it's tonight with the earnings, but it's not being helped right now. Let's just say that much.
This is Unusual Whales breaking Korea to cap proportion of single stock leverage ETF and retail portfolios. They're saying, no, you can't YOLO your whole account into a triple SK Hynix anymore.
Why?
Listen, I like that better than the PDT rule. That makes way more sense to me than the PDT rule. If you want to curtail leverage, the PDT rule is always dumb to me because like I should be able to trade as much as I want. If you're worried about me, you shouldn't allow 0 DTE options. That's I think a big one. But right. Yeah, it's like, and again, it's different there than here, right? Where you're talking about 1.5 million human beings getting their entire account liquidated. Like that's a huge wealth transfer that's going on from retail to very likely institutional traders there that are not chasing the side of things, right?
Exactly.
All right, guys, 10:59, time to wrap it up, guys. It was a great day for me, not a bad one. Came in here thinking that the SPY would come down, and that's exactly what we got all show long. So at least my look was dead on. Now I leave it in the hands of the Jesse man. Where's the other guy at?
You alone, bud? Or he's probably having internet problems.
No, I don't think I'm alone. I thought I was with you guys this morning. I don't know who's coming in.
So maybe we're just done. I think we're good to lunch. I think we're good to lunch. I think.
Say that again, producer.
Yeah. Yeah.
Scanners
all right. Yeah. We're going to go into the scanner side. We got a little extra Jesse. So please give Jesse a little love for coming on
thanks, man.
To the show and hanging out with us. It's always good to have a 3. I feel like it makes the show a lot better. But thanks, Jesse, for coming on today, man. Thanks all of you guys for tuning in. right? Everybody in the chat, especially all you guys that come in here every single day. We truly appreciate you guys. Don't miss it. Of course, we will have Power Hour later. Sign up for the giveaway, right? That's going to be in the earnings stream. Get that right now. I thought you were going to do a raffle, said Day Trade Tony. I will. We will. But it's on the earnings stream, right? You kind of have to click on it right now, hit that like, get your entry, and then go to the earnings stream to get your reward, right? So we'll see you guys there later today, guys. Smash the like. Always good to be with you guys. Now to the scanner side. And will the SPY break down? Will it keep going? Will we have a max gain? Find out tomorrow. I'll let you guys know all about it. Well, how are we doing today? It's the lunch recap. It's the lunch recap. They call it the lunch recap. Oh man, how are we doing today? Hopefully everyone's having a good day. Having a good day. Some doorbells. I'm here. How we doing? How we doing? Wake it on up. Wake it on up out there. Let's go over to Boom Shakalaka. There we go. And I'll click this doodad right here. Click that doodad right there. And make sure we're good to go. We're live. I'm rocking. I can pause that now. How we doing? Got that repping that X-Men today. What's up, Nigel? Nigel's just the student. He's always here. If he's not on the live stream, I'd be worried. Like, okay, where's Nigel at today? Something's going on. It's something we need to check on Nigel. Does anyone have his socials? Okay, let's check in on the student. We need him to become the professor one day, and there's only one way that happens. And they say he's alive, and right now he's not in class. So what in the? What's up, T-Web? How we doing? Yeah, you're every day. As soon as the live stream starts, boom! There's my man Nigel, ready to rock and roll. Steve's having a little issues with EVMux. It's the system that we use to go live. It has its issues. It's kind of like the elementary level of hey, you want to stream live on a lot of platforms at once, come here and use our service. And so it allows that. You can put all the different graphics and things on here. It's really easy to use. We may move from it down the line, but so when you hear us talk about EVMux, that is exactly what we're talking about. Speaking of talking, I'll stop real quickly and do this. I'll do one to be polite. How are you?
Oh, you're so sweet today.
You doing good?
Because I finished my reel?
Yes, exactly. That's it. That and only that is the reason. I'm just kidding. No, I'm just kidding. I'm just kidding.
You're going to be so proud of me. I freaking just nailed a long right now.
On what?
On MNQ.
Okay. All right. Nailing the longs. Oh, yeah. Nice little bottom here overall. Work our way back on up here. I got the Qs pulled up. Best that I can do, essentially, for the most part, at least on Trade the Pool. Nice, good little. So are you still in the play?
No, I'm done. I was down 1,000 and I made it back and some.
Oh, down 1K, and then she said I'm back up $57. What?
That was this stupid trick. I entered long on like the first push on that little W, and then like before the drop.
Okay.
On the left side.
Right here.
No, the left side.
This.
No, the W.
This is the W I'm seeing.
The other left.
all the way over here, huh?
Right there, yeah. I messed up on that, and then I like moved my stop, and I kept moving my stop, and I kept moving it, and then I was like, okay, I'm cooked, so I had to cut, and then I went back in, and I made it back.
Yeah, Steve, we can't see you. How you doing,
Steve? Oh, true. Also, really quick, I'm holding PLTR. I might swing it to tomorrow.
Oh, she's going swinging, and I'm not saying toward the fences. She said she's swinging PLTR here. Okay, let's look at this setup here. I'm going to take a look at Pilter. PLTR. Let's go back. I want to zoom out a little bit.
I'm up 25%.
Where'd you get in at? Yesterday, today?
This morning.
Okay, this morning.
The double bottom, the real W.
Okay, all right. So, well, we are at a pretty key pivot point right here. Obviously, if we can get through this little 125 handle, she's got some room to run. I would definitely be in the same boat as you, as holding that and maybe swinging it. Hold on, do you have a swing account with Trade the Pool?
I do. No, I do not.
You might want to get one there, Sugar Pie.
Okay. Hi, Nigel.
Nigel T-Web. Yeah, we'll get some people more. So this is where we need to feel. I want to start. We need to figure out something. I'm going to start brainstorming how to fill 10. And I think that's where we have to get maybe some more streamers. But how to fill 10. Well, my time's 10. So we'll go Eastern market time. We'll go 11 to 1. 11 to 1 in between. And for you guys on the West Coast, that would be essentially for 8 to 10. So how to fill 8 to 10. When they get off the air earlier. So when we come, so that way we keep the viewers nonstop glued to our stream.
Right.
As always. What you got over there?
Alani.
Okay.
I could probably do 8 to 10. But that means I kind of want to leave by 12.
Okay, well then, hey, we'll work it out. Then maybe you don't do the lunch recap with us, but we need to get someone on there with you then, but then and that's also then what days could you do that? But that'd be so. I want to get that. Would love to get that the whole day filled essentially up until we're done with the lunch recap. Then maybe have like an hour off before Steve can come back and we do the earnings and after hours, and that can be a whole different stream. Because next week, just so you guys know, we will be starting and even promoting, because of course that's the one thing we were going to do 3 p.m. this week and start 30 minutes earlier, but they had already preloaded those and said, hey, upcoming streams. So next week, just so you guys know, and everyone on the stream listening right now, of course, Ollie and Steve. Steve actually is now gone again, dang it. But anyway, Ollie next week, and anyone listening, next week we're going to start our after hours earning streams at 3 p.m. Eastern, right at the start of Power Hour.
I don't know if I could do that because I'm streaming at 6 a.m.
Well, you do earnings, don't you?
Right now, yeah.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. We're just going to start them earlier. You don't have to be there right at 3, but for Steve, he's going to be there right at 3, and then we'll try to get, like myself, I may join it earlier, but we're going to start them. Instead of coming back on our stream here, this one at 3, and then cutting it off, and then going over there, we're just going to go straight, starting the after hours earnings stream at 3 p.m. Eastern, which would be, noon your time.
Got it.
Yes. Just going to start starting them earlier. Instead of you come like yesterday, or whatever day it was, where, we came back here at the start of Power Hour, we're going to just go ahead and start Power Hour on the earnings stream.
Got it.
Yes. Yes. So today, small caps, just so you guys know, it's relatively been slower. There's really hasn't been anything really nice to kickstart. It's been decent in pre-market. DFNS, the defense play, still the higher high pattern here overall. Of course, we first looked at this right over a week ago when it first popped up here, as you can see on the 21st. And then from then, it really didn't do anything but U-shape around, kind of cup and handled here, and then really squeezed on this day as it re-released some news in the middle of the day, and traders ate it up. And we've been up since. This has really been the mob play. Other than that, it's been honestly relatively slower in the small caps, unfortunately. I would love to trade. Like yesterday, we had a lot of halting plays. So, of course, you remember when I was with Jesse during the J&J show yesterday. I was 4 for 4, so I had plenty of trades when I came over yesterday, and I didn't get to join yesterday in the morning until about 30 minutes, 40 minutes into, or about 20 minutes, I guess I should say, before the J&J show. I was definitely a little later than normal because we had a lot of movement, a lot of halts yesterday. Today, no halts really at all. FIE, which is my main trade that I'm actually still in as of right now, as you can see here. This halted a couple days ago. Of course, we saw that on Monday. We saw a little bit more of it yesterday. Saw a little bit of it today. Not nearly that much. And so I got in up top, and I was scaling out along the way. I was waiting for the dump into the 2s. I have literally my last allotment of shares I'm going to take, which I want to get back down below 285. I feel we soaked back into this. I almost took it earlier. I was actually watching it at low of day. Should have realized it was going to run into yesterday's chart, and it's really what it's doing. But this was the one that did it today. Other than that, it's really been slow. AMX here had news this morning, actually AI news, dealing with Micron. Yes, I think you've all heard of the company not MI. I can't even say the word MI. Oh, I'm on the wrong one. That's exactly why. Yeah, hold on a sec here, team. I am on the wrong one. I'm on blue. I'm not on purple. So let's do this real quickly here. Boom. There. Now we go. Amex. This had good news this today. It had a good spike at the bell, and then it came back on down, not really doing too much. The other one actually had NCRA. NCRA actually had the AI news that dealt with Micron. It's really tight right now, as we can see. So this is kind of make or break coming up. If we crack back on down, I don't think we'll most likely run for the rest of the day. Well, Alejandro, you need to get some credits. I like how you text me that now. You gonna text me that right now?
I don't want to say it live.
You can and say, hey, listen, what's up, Crow? How we doing? Crowster. You're cute. You're cute. So this is the only other one I'm liking besides Amex. Amex still could U-shape, so I'm not saying Amex is out of the picture fully yet. But those are the 3 I like that actually could still move. AMIX. You can see here starting to try to U-shape it way back on around. It still has that higher high pattern, higher low pattern along the way, so that could U-shape back around. And the other one was, if I'm not mistaken, NCRA. Sorry, NCRA. Not done yet. Not done yet. So both those plays still has a shot, but it's just been slower. In my opinion, it's going to stay this way through the rest of the week. It seems like this happens almost every summer, where we hit this little dead stretch at the end of July as we head into August. Every once in a while, we get hot, but usually it's kind of kind of reminds me like no one's outside, which most of the country is 187 187 degrees. Not luckily you, Ollie, over in your nice little, you really just, that's the thing though. You don't get to see the seasons change, which probably for you you're good with.
Yeah, I'm okay. I don't really like the snow. I don't like the cold.
Yeah, right. And you probably don't want the extreme heat. You've had enough of that in your life already, right? You're like, just let me get like 65 to 85 all the time.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I love where I live. Like literally, I have everything. I have like lounges, bars, restaurants, dog park. I have everything.
And right there in literally one beautiful, whatever you want to call it. What is it? Studio? One studio. You've got everything you need there too. Look at that.
I literally have everything I need. Yeah. I'm thinking of changing my whole setup because the table is really wobbly, and my cables, I know you would not like it. So I want to turn it around and then decorate my wall. And then instead of having the desktop like this, I want to flip it like this.
Okay.
That way I have like two different web or browsers. That way I'm not like looking at the side so much,
I'm all for it. This is what I was asking if you got out. I didn't know if you held a runner there. Ooh, look, I was wondering because if we get through that little pivot point, back through this little nice moving average VWAP area that I knew we have a couple of moving averages over here. She's looking good. Good job there. Good job there on the failed one, but hey, got it back on the second one. You had a good trade on PLTR. What was that on Monday as well? Remember that?
Yeah.
Who's going long more? What's happening to you?
I asked baby Jesus to help me.
Little baby Jesus, huh?
Mm-hmm.
Nice double bottom on NVDA here. And again, coming up to another neckline on NVDA right around 193-ish on the dot there. NVDA, nice W shape back through that neckline. We're going to see it pop just like we saw with the Q stars. The Q star. I'm very proud of you for going long.
Thank you. Dude, my levels are hitting so perfect to the T. I'm just like, I can't wait to go bigger size. But you know what? I have, let me see how many accounts. 1, 2, 3. I have 3 funded accounts. Up 2,000 pretty much. And yeah, if this gives us another opportunity, I'll open another account and maybe see if I can make another 1,200.
Hey, all you need to do is just pass those accounts, baby girl.
No, they're already passed. They're funded.
I know. I'm talking about. Oh, I meant like get a swing one and get it funded, baby.
Oh yeah.
300, by the way. I gotta go ahead and just give I gotta give the roses. I wish we could like drop some roses. We need to get some more of those cool little graphics that come up. I need to find where those at too as well. I wonder where Ayush has those. Like when he plays like the guy at the bottom or whatever.
Yeah.
Here we go.
I like those.
Yeah. Let's see here. Let's see what happens when I do this. There we go. It's okay. Smash that like button. So I found the banners.
Ooh,
okay. Yeah. Smash that like button. There we go. All right. I found that. I know where the music is at. I just need to find out where all those other ones are at. Point being, let's go ahead and do it. I know where this is at, so I know I can always go back to this. That's easy. That one's easy. We're just going back to the chart overall. Killed this one. I still think we see some more downside before we see upside, but that would be what's that? Tesla. Yes, I had this on short last week on the earnings stream because I want to get to some earnings. I'm hoping Steve can join. I just texted him and I said, "Man, what's up? What's going on?"
He's been having issues since the morning.
Oh, really?
Yeah, something is going on.
It's time for Steve to get time for a new setup. It sounds like his computer just is giving him fits all the time. It's time we need to get Steve. It's the computer giveaway for Steve. That's how we should label it.
I feel like we should give Nigel an account. He's always here. He's like an A+.
You got one. Nigel, what did you win? A 25K or a 5K? I don't know. It may have been a 50K. I think Nigel won one. Yes, Nigel did win.
Nigel. Nigel, are you trading in Nigel? How are you doing on it?
Yeah, by the way, smash that like button. Smash, smash, smash. We're at 32 likes. Come on, let's get to 50. Let's get to 50 if y'all want a 25K eval giveaway.
Like.
Come on, where's Michael D. Ryder when you need him in the 5 accounts? Or Tony. Tony's got a few accounts too as well. Real quickly, let's go back. Of course, it was last... we do bring your own chart. Seems like it was... It seemed like it was just Friday. But this was my chart of the week. Gosh dang, it's already Wednesday again, boo. I literally was like, hold on, chart of the week. That's on Friday. I did this on Friday. Of course, I know earnings was on, was it Wednesday or Thursday of last week. Took this short. I think it was on Wednesday. It was on Wednesday. Beautiful short here. Got in before the closing bell. And I'm still in at the 374 somewhere mark. And I said, by the way, too, Alejandra, back to somewhere in here, Ale, I told Steve, and he was like, oh, that's a hot take. I said, I bet Tesla sees 300 again before it sees 400. And he was like, "Oh, really?" And like that, he said, "That's a hot take." And, that's one of those. Like, I'm like, well, whatever. There's a couple of necklines. Here's the first one, right around 390 into the 385 handle. Once we cracked that, I knew we were golden nugget down to this 360 right here, what we just were hitting off of. This line essentially. And I was betting on that just to crack. Now again, we could have squeezed up and it would have squeezed me out over here. I would have stayed into the reversal. But I called this out over a month ago. Would see 300 before 500. And it actually is going to go sub 300 probably, at least in my opinion. It's really tight here at the bottom. Really cooling up, in my opinion, for one of those dumper days where we have one of these type days where we wake up, tomorrow or Friday, boo, or, it's maybe Monday. I'm like, oh, there it is. There's that 20-point dump.
Look at PLTR.
What's up?
Look at PLTR.
Is this your mover? It is. This is the one she says, I'm a swinging for the fences. Nice. Come on, squeeze, baby, squeeze.
Well, it has a gap to fill to 130. I called IBM at 200. I didn't get into it. I didn't trade yesterday. Also, Google's probably going to hit 342. It's at 336 right now.
Yeah, we're seeing some nice moves back up in the tech sector and some W's. I mean, it's how often we see so many W's here. And I love, again, like your PLTR trade, when the right side of the W is higher and you see this move, oh boy, it's just these are sexy. These are beautiful. I like it. Good job there. Good eye. Look at you finding, and look at you finding longs now.
Well, I have no choice.
Do what?
I have no choice. I'm missing out on plays if I'm not going long.
GWAV in a halt. Oh boy. GWAV. Let's pull up GWAV here. Yeah, this looks fun. This looks like something that can break an account or two. Wow. There we go. Little fish hook all the way now up, halted up here. We have resumption at 24 after and 42 seconds as of now. 450. So seeing it's showing a good size gap here on GWAV. 450 resumption time. Be careful though here at lunch. I'm not risking the biscuit today. I'll take my 1 for... Yesterday I was 4 for 4. Today I'm 1 for 1. I am good with that. I do not feel like over trading. Good to go with that.
Oh, Nigel, it's okay. You can... Well, actually, I want to know what were the lessons you learned?
Yeah, good question.
Nigel.
What were the lessons you learned, Nigel? He says, I'm the student, Nigel. So what lessons, brother? Check in with
I
Steve.
learned that if you don't know how to read market structure and have your levels charted, you're literally driving blind. Is that good or what?
What are you saying there? Sorry, that's the one thing which is so funny. I am such a great multitasker. I cannot type text. I can't type emails and talk and listen at the same time. It's like, I just can't. It's so crazy. This is the one thing I can't do. What were you saying though? What was the one thing you learned?
That if you don't know how to read market structure and have your levels charted, that you're pretty much driving blind.
Yeah. Yep. I don't like to drive blind. I like to stay in my lane and drive not blind and blindfolded. Although, walking is not bad. But man, I cannot honestly, obviously, you couldn't. I couldn't imagine trying to drive blind. I mean, obviously you can't, but yeah. I mean, just trying to say they did it on Jackass. So like, all right, we're gonna blindfold, whatever, Steve-O. We can hear you. We can hear you. I can hear you. I can hear you.
You're almost there. I said you're almost there. It's your video.
Yeah, wait for this to go live, my man. This is GWAV, GWAV. I'm just looking at it. Just another really not a lot of good small cap plays right now. So I was just looking at GWAV. It was halted. Good alert there from Crow. So I was just taking a look at GWAV as we were halted up right now. So I'll see if we get some more crazy small cap movement and some fun.
Oh, whoa. Do you think it has room to keep pushing to like maybe 590? Look at the daily.
Yeah, I mean, you listen though. These things can, because the spread on this is going to be nasty. So got to be careful. The spread on this is going to be bigger. So don't forget about that when you trade these small kappas.
Let's gamble.
It's for sure. Yeah, this is when I just sit back and popcorn it and see. Now I will say the way I would trade it, and that's how I trade, even like I did earlier with my successful trade of the day. If this gaps up like it's supposed to, it says 457. So say we do gap up at 457 here, right? And we run, there we go. All right, let's see what we do here. Now let's race into another halt up. Go into another halt up. Go.
Not really. I'm gonna get in. Sorry, it was a real.
Was that your roommate?
No, it was a real. I don't have a roommate.
Yeah, you do. I know you're sharing that place with someone else.
Who? Ella?
Yeah, duh. You got a room.
Pay rent. Right there.
Yeah, hey, instead of YouTube slop, he picked you. So there you go. You know.
Dude, believe it or not, she scares me all the damn time. Like I'm always jumping. Oh shit.
That's honestly is a good question. Penny stocks, look at that. Sheesh. Penny stocks, $30, be a good investment over 3 to 6 months. Now, my run-of-the-mill penny stocks, you wouldn't want to look at for more than a day or two, maybe 5, right, at most. You don't know how long they're going to even hold up before they crack. So if you're talking true penny stock because you want to invest into something that is cheaper, I mean, one of the first things that comes to my mind, and it just came out with earnings, although I don't know how well they were. Steve, if you have any plays that you're looking at that are $30 or less, right, please chime in, because I know you have more of an array of long-term plays. Most of the stuff I trade it's short-term. I'm not looking to be in it for very long. But yeah, Ford would be one. Yeah, we're still moving. I like that chart. I thought, okay, so we're looking good. That was one we talked about here recently, and look at the levels I gave yesterday on the live stream for you guys to use on earnings and where we would run to. And we're running right to them, baby. They don't call me the chart master. No one calls me that. I call myself that. No one calls myself that. But yeah, I like Ford. It's U-shaping, could continue to push back up. So I like Ford. I'd have to go through other tickers, and as soon as I see them, I'm like, yeah, I like that. So what other ones would you suggest there, Steve? Right. Tesla's one. Tesla's one. I mean, speaking of, Tesla's going to come back up. We know that. I said it was coming to 300. This is going to be a great dip buy. If you're thinking of true penny stock. Now, again, this wouldn't be a penny stock, but again, just if you think about what a penny stock is, this is a $5-6 ticket. It's under $30. But again, your normal run-of-the-mill, like when anyone says the word penny stock, they're not going. There are a few, right? I've seen throughout the years. Oh, this is the next. Back when drone plays were really nothing, and there was a lot of that. But there's very, very few and far between. That's why they're trash. Penny stocks are typically They're poo poo.
What? Wait, what are you on right now?
Huh.
How do you know they can't hear you?
They're saying that in chat. It says we don't hear him. We don't hear you. Yeah, let us know for sure. If you can't hear Steve, then it's all good. From Diego to the Bay.
You and your gaslight, that's like the word of the year. Okay, I'm actually in 400 shares of GWAV. I still can't multitask. Anyway.
Yeah, Steve. Oh, he's gone. Okay, yeah. I forgot about that. We have the FO. Okay, cool. Okay, yeah. So.
Did you hear me?
No. You're in a trade where?
GWAV.
You are trading GWAV. Is it live?
Yeah.
You're going long on it?
Maybe.
Oh, good God, girl. You're in a crazy one. Oh, here we go. We should share your screen so we can see what you're trading here.
No!
Yeah, well, I will say I have to. We have that's why Steve, and it sucks the issues he's having. It's such a huge day. I have to go pick up a rental car. So
why?
Do what?
Why?
My Avery's going to Colorado today with her family. Yeah, her last grandparent passed, and so they're doing like a big family kind of reunion for it, and everyone's going back out there like a life and celebration of, yeah.
It's pushing. It's trying to hold. Okay. I was trying to upload another reel to the Trello thing, but it's just not working out for me, so I'm gonna do it after.
And speaking of, that's what I was saying. I have to leave at the top of the hour. I'll stay for a couple extra minutes, but we do have the FOMC minutes today. So Mayish was asking about sticking around, which I couldn't. I figured Steve would be here, rocking and rolling as always. So we need to do a celebration of a set of life for my Avery's grandpa. We need a celebration for, like I said, Steve for new computer. We do have the U.S. interest rate. We have the interest rate decision at right at the top of the hour. So
11, right? Or
Yep. Yeah. So it's 1 my time, 11 your time. And yeah, if Yush, if you want to put that in chat too, if we have that, put the link in chat so I can get that pulled up and I can get that. If there's a link to the live, I'm sure there is on YouTube. Oh, okay. I was like, yeah, whoever can. Yeah, perfect. Bam, do it. Yeah, and I'll stick around. So we have to leave here at 15 minutes after, so I can stick around at least for 5 to 10 minutes, and then we have to like get all the dogs up and leave, and pick up the room. Yeah, she's leaving. We have a anyway. We have a couple Jeep Wranglers, but it's not Jeep Wrangler taking that to Colorado. It's fine, but she wants something, and so yeah, we just got her a rental car. And she doesn't want to drive my BMW for some reason, which is hilarious. So, hey, your GWAV's working out here. Where we scaling in or scaling out of this hopefully a little bit here, especially if you're trading this on Trade the Pool. Take some profit.
I'm getting confused on this other trade. I'm long on MNQ, but my P&L does not. Oh yeah, okay. I was tripping. Yeah. Sure, I can.
And gas mileage, because. The purple Jeep Wrangler, we still have Thanos. That gets at about a good 16, maybe 17 miles per gallon. Then the 392 we still have. That's at a whopping probably 15 miles per gallon, 14 maybe somewhere in there. And that's why I was going to be the BMW, but she's like, I don't want to take it. So got her something that's very gas efficient to head over to Colorado in, and also some nice SUV. So she'll be in heaven.
Just give her your credit card and have her take the BMW.
She won't drive it. She wants her X.
Oh.
We used to have an X3, which is smaller, and she loved it. I was one of the X5, so I got her the X3. Well, she doesn't work anymore, so she doesn't drive anywhere anymore. So I'm like, okay, I want my X5M competition now. I want my dream ride, and so I got my X5M competition. And yeah, she's like, no, but she has her Jeep Wrangler. She got her vehicle is almost just as expensive as mine, and it's yeah. So she's in heaven. She's like, I love Beerus, and we named it Beerus. So, yeah. She's in love with it. She's in love with it. All right, so real quickly, I want to start previewing here for too long. I know Steve's having some unfortunate issues. Maybe we can get him going on the his laptop. Regardless, top of the hour we do have today, and Ayush will get that stream up for us. We have the FOMC rate decision, so we'll see about that. The U.S. interest rate decision that comes in at 2 p.m. Eastern time this afternoon. We've got a swath. I'll go through a few of them here just to start giving some levels, because I definitely, before Steve, if he does get back and maybe he wants to give any kind of spiel that he wants to give, I'm going to start giving some levels here. Microsoft, Meta, Hood, ARM, QCOM. Those are at least the four I want to cover. What's that one? Two, yeah, 4 or 5 I want to cover. ARM's in there too. Hood, ARM, yeah, QCOM. That's 5. 5 all. We got a lot to cover here. All right, let's go to Microsoft. The key level, we've been talking about it, this 400 neckline. It's really like 402, 403. Where we've been failing at really hard over the past few months and can't get back over. I say few months. June seems like a few months ago. You know, time flies sometimes, Ollie, and it's like, was that yesterday or was that how long ago was that? I can't remember. 402, 403 area, that's it. I think we blow through that today. I think we have good earnings to the top side. Now, I'm not always right on these. Usually I have more. This is a 60% we go up, 40% we go down, right? So if you're looking for the long side, minimum we hit 412, 415 area. Max level, watch for move up to the 420s. Might even see the 430 handle. So again, minimum 412, 415. Max takes it to around 430, maybe even a tad higher. Now, down below, we've got 2 key levels I don't think we get lower. The first immediate reaction, knee jerk, is going to be a sweep back down to the 375 area. And then, of course, ultimately what we keep hitting, which is these 3.5s. And I think that's where we ultimately will land. And yet another test down low before we possibly then at that point truly get bearish and crack for more. Now over to Meta Sauce. Meta, can't you see? Sometimes you're blind and you hypnotize me. This looks like it wants to go down again. Just when I thought me and Steve were going, man, this is back to 700s. Here we go. Not so fast, my friend. Looks like we're going to crack down for more. And Ale, Steve, let me know if you are here. Steve, I see him trying to join. I hear Steve, maybe. Steve? Mm-hmm. We hear something, maybe.
He's trying.
I know. Hey, poor kiddo. All right. So on the top side move, if we do pop and I'm wrong, this is more of a 65 to 70%. We drop 35, 40. We go up. So if we do go up, minimum move to 620s, max move back to 650. This might even see what we saw last time me and Steve covered earnings, which this saw about 100. We've seen a 100-point move from this, which then would take it, obviously, back up to the real fell zone right around the 680s or so. If we do crack like I feel, we do go down. Well, this is the first handle, 575.
Wow, is cooking me.
Are you getting out of it? Don't let it cook you, sister. I told you. I do the cooking and you do the sitting. No?
I'm cooked.
Oh, don't cook. Don't let it cook. I try to warn you, and when you trade those, go small. Go small. 575 first neckline. I think we crack through that immediately and go straight down to the 550s. I think we land in the 550s or the 540s. I think this could be another huge drop. I think that's the minimum area. I know that's a big area, but that's minimum. Somewhere in here, max would be a move all the way back down to the 520 handle. The big move. I'll go medium-sized move for Microsoft. Big, mega, not meta, mega-sized move for Meta. That's going to be the one I really like if you're looking for some barn burner action and just getting in with momentum, because typically once it starts ripping about 30, 40 points in one direction, it ends up going like 60, 70 points in one direction, which is nuts. Let's continue these. We're going to go over to who. We got to find you in the who. That's right. Nah, who. That's Robinhood. We know about Hood. This is, and I know I'm not, because I'm not a, this to me is more of about a 70, 75 down. I like Robinhood down, minimum back to this 80 handle, max back down into the low 70s, maybe even a tad below 70. If we do pop up and I'm wrong, minimum up to this 100 handle, max back up to 107.50 to 108. Real quickly, let's go over to ARM. That'll be a small move, medium for Microsoft, mega move for Meta, small for Hood. ARM, I'm going medium. Oh, I want to go medium to large, but this could be like a Marge, we'll call it. All right, a Marge. This looks like it wants. This is even higher. This is I'm going to trade one today on the live stream with you guys. It's going to be ARM. I'll go small like I normally do. I like this down, and I like it in a Marge move. Minimum down to 200, 190s. We could find that Marge move into a mega move back down into this 160 handle, and where Steve got in originally. All of that move has been erased. This looks like it's down and down with the medium to large move. On the way back on up, getting back through somewhere right around 240 is going to be crucial. We could go up, hit a tap, and come back on down. I like this back up overall. Your large size move would move it back to 300. Your overall medium move would make it up to around 270, 260s, 270, somewhere in there. That's going to be my other fun one. QCOM is my last one. I'll go over here for you guys just for levels on for the lunch recap here. Well, we still got about 20 minutes left. This one I'm not going to trade, but it's on that high 80%. This isn't Tesla 90+% where I'm going in bigger, and even trading it on my on my own like personal account on TOS. Whoever owns that now, I can't even remember, Schwab. Anyway, but this is an 80 down. This is like ARM. I think this goes down. High heavy on my opinion on the downside. Small to medium size move. So we'll go schmedium on this one. The small move would take it down to right around the 150-ish handle. The medium move takes it back down somewhere right around this 145 mark, maybe a tad lower to 140. On the way up, and if I am wrong, your small move takes it to 172-ish area. Your medium move takes it back up to 180. I don't think we'd see too much higher than that. And those are my levels for you guys as we do enter earnings later today. Bocaro, T-Web, Tac, Nigel. If you're just getting over here, Tyler, smash the like button. How close are we getting here? I know last time I took the 30s, 36. Come on, just 14 more. They'll let me slide with an.
Push the like button.
What's that?
I said push the like button, and then share the stream. Like, share it to your friends and family.
Oh, just share it to your friends and family. Yeah, and then that'll be fun too. Of course, if you want me to give levels, I'll give those tomorrow on the lunch recap on the call-in show tomorrow. But yeah, Amazon here, cool. Yeah, Amazon, that'll be fun. Of course, that's on Thursday. Ale did a great promo and preview for that. Of course, that's tomorrow. Amazon, Apple, those will be some fun ones. That Ale,
will be fun.
Yeah, 100% will be fun. Like, yeah, smash it. Hey, they'll let me slide with 47 even. Of course, that's all she knows me by is, well, of course, she drops, like most people, drop to 47 and just calls me AK. But 47 likes, I'm down with that. I'm down with it, I'm down with that. Let's see, let's see here. We have one for today. We can announce, we do have one for today. All right, so I can announce one. Oh, that's right. There was 50 likes on the after-hour stream yesterday. I forgot how many of you guys have just been killing it. Let me get this pulled up here real quickly.
Let's go. Wait, drum roll.
Oh, hold on, Ollie. You're getting too far ahead of me now. You're getting too far ahead of me. Let me get this recycled here. Let me get this refreshed.
GWAV is holding.
Do what?
GWAV is holding still.
All right. We have one. And again, listen, I bet we get it today. Well, today we may get 100 likes. Yesterday, again, another great stream. Our earnings streams the last couple of days, great, thousands of views. We can't thank you enough.
If we get 100 likes, is it 2 winners or is it just still 1 winner?
2 winners. Every 50 likes we'll give away, yes, which we've had before a 100 like stream, and we did give away 225Ks the next day. And I want to top it the next couple of days, guys. Tell you, like literally today, I'm going to be sharing this with everybody when I get back. Come on over. I'm going to be doing, sharing the post again around the horn. Come over. Listen, the most views we ever had was right around 1,000 to 1,500 of you guys. It was about 1,300, 1,500 here on YouTube alone. And there was around, I can't remember, it was almost like, it seemed like 2,000 watching all together at the same time on all the different platforms. It was crazy. On YouTube alone, we got almost 9,000 views on that one stream. It was an after-hour earnings stream we did about a month ago. Yeah, 9,000 views. I think that's the one that got over 100 likes. Listen, let's do it today or tomorrow, or in both days. How about we do it both days? I want these streams to get crazy views the next 2 days. And right now, just because you guys came over and killed it and got over 50 likes, let's get the 25K email giveaway. Hey, yes, drum roll, please, baby.
Let's go.
I thought I would hear it. There it is. I was like, is my EV Mux messing up now? Because sometimes Courtney. Oh, is that? I wonder if that's Jesse's Courtney. Oh, Court Dog in the house. Courtney. That's back-to-back female traders. That's awesome. More Alejandras in the world. We love it. So it's back-to-back days there that I've given away anyway. 25K eval going out to some of those badass female traders. Congratulations, Courtney. And I'm wondering, I can't wait to talk to Jesse. Here, you know what? I'll do this right now. I'm going to go over to, let's do it together on the live stream, everybody. We'll go to Jesse and pull up the camera and say, Jesse, we just gave away a 25K eval. It's going to Courtney. Is this your court dog? Is this Courtney? Did she sign up? That's awesome if so. There we go. Let's see if that's get a little reaction from Jesse. What's that? Okay. Oh, yeah. That's awesome sauce. All right. So all right. Heck yeah, this is gonna be great. So we'll see if that was her or not. I love it. Thank you, AOS, for that as well. So that we gave him a nice little winner away. Matthew, how we doing? Some new names I don't see here too often. Matthew, and earlier the Bocaro Trader. Every time I think of Bocaro Trader, I've seen you a couple times. Oh, AOS, correct me if someone in chat. I say correct me. What's the guy's name in Mortal Kombat with all the teeth that was in Mortal Kombat 2? Gosh, what's his name? Oh, gosh, what? It's close to that. It's close to Bacaro. But every time I see that, because I've seen his name a couple of times in chat. Baraka, maybe. I think it's Baraka, something like that. Every time I think of Mortal Kombat. Probably not much of a Mortal Kombat girl, are you? Avery loved it. Avery loves watching those movies. She watches, like, everything, though, girl. I mean, it's an array of stuff. She has no shame in her game. Steve trying to join us yet again. Test 1, test 2, test 1, test 2. Well, we do hear you now, Steve. Yeah, try to figure it out because I'm like, this is like the day of all days. The FOMC, well, I say the FOMC, with the interest rate decision to, Meta, Microsoft, they're out. Hey, come on, guys, we need to X-Men unite together. Let's get it for Steve. Poor Steve's still having some issues here.
Conjalia on the chat was asking, how do I qualify? I think she's talking about the winning an eval.
Yeah. So that was earlier. Let's see here. Earlier in the day, we most likely had a link, or it was yesterday, where people sign up. So here's how you will be able to sign up. I'll tell you this right now, Kinja, make sure we get to 50 likes today. Let's get to 50 likes. Like I said, get to 47. Let's do it. What will happen is, if we get to there and that many likes on today's live stream, and what is that? What is the like button? Well, let's go to the live stream so we can show you guys. Right? It's right. Well, let me max the page out. There, this guy. Smash that guy right there. Like that. Smash it. Make sure it's blacked out. That way you have liked the stream. If we get to 50 of those in the after-hours stream, which starts at 3:30 Eastern Time, when we cover earnings, Microsoft, Meta, or the ones I just went over, we're going to have a link out there that you guys can click on. And you click the link, and it's going to enter the 25K eval. And you're like, heck yeah, I want to enter that. I'm going to click on that. And you open it up. It's going to be a page that says, enter now. You enter your email and your email address and your name, and that's it. Click submit. Boom. That's all you need. And then we'll do the drawing. Let's see here. At the end of the stream, possibly, ish, if we want to, right? We can do it then, during the whole stream. So you'll have about an hour to enter. But if you get 50 likes on today's live stream, the one we're in right now, we'll go with 25K eval. But the link for the one that we already just gave away was from earlier. But yeah, yes, we can give it away later today, right? Do it. Boom. Yeah, so there we go. Ayesh gave you the thumbs up. We get 50 likes on today's live stream. We'll do another, what we just did. The know who's going to win. We'll do that in the after-hour stream later. And the link's out there. And if you just stay here and chat, it does literally recycle over. I wondered if it did that, so I tested the waters over the last few days. Just stay here. This immediately will refresh, and you go straight to our after-hours earnings stream. It just will pop right on up. This one will close down. The new one pops up, and you're right on in. And then we'll put the link out there, and you literally just click on it, and you're ready to rock and roll. Yes. There you go, Kinja. Thank you. Yeah, we always want to make sure and the link will be in the description, and probably in and after hours, we may even put it in chat. So it's just, it's just pinned to the chat right there when you get to it. All right, let's go back to I want to go back to the Qs here. Did we finally top out Q SPY? Let's go back to I can't do the 1 minute time frame. We did. Okay, but we're coming back to the neckline. See this neckline earlier. This is when we first moved over to this Ale, was in a great long here on the way up. Ran right into our VWAP here, fell a little bit. You can see the neckline from earlier, moved above it, Came back down to it there. Nice little pivot point. Does look strong as we move forward the rest of the day. Now, the ones I want to keep my eye on, at least for sure, over the next, say, 10 minutes, SPY Qs. What do we react here from the interest rate decision? But also Meta. Meta's up today overall in the chart, but it's still down overall. Of course, we have Microsoft. I'm going to keep my eye on Robinhood, ARM, as well as we move into the closing bell. ARM's going to be my one to short. I love when a play I like already, like I showed you guys. Down, 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 down. There's not a lot of chart to hold this play up from the move we've made here recently, right? Ooh, not a lot to hold it up. Looks like if we do crack this area we're at now, we're going down for more. Reminds me a lot of Tesla. And then on the fact we're down today. We're down today. I love this. So this will be one I'm looking to get into possibly right before the closing bell, just like Tesla last week. I go between one. It depends on what I'm trading, Kenja. Small caps, I'll use a 1 minute. I usually don't in the mega large cap, like anything over $50 to $100. I'll instantly start with a 3 minute, but I'll go to a 5. If I want to find some charting, like let's just go over to Apple, that's really been stuck in a channel over the past few weeks or days. I don't need to go back down here. I'm going to use a 15-minute time frame. Helps me out to kind of clean out a lot of that chart. I just know a lot of badass professionals also use the 15. Oh, and I talked about this crackdown in my morning alerts today. But I like the 15, and then you can go out to the 4 hour if you want to get, to kind of, clean up some more chop. 1 hour is fine with me as well, but I think the most are going to be using 1, 3, 5, 15, 1 hour, and 4 hour.
Yeah, I think if SBUX holds, we can probably see 74.40.
Well, we're really going to see some movement, I would imagine, here in about coming up in 10 minutes, baby. I would imagine coming on up, we're going to see some movement. So Ayush will have that up for us, that the interest rate decision coming on up. And Ayush, if you want to kind of get that prepared, we can even do it. At least that's the way it is up and ready, here in the next few minutes.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, do you want to quit me, Steve? Yeah, poor Steve. It's like this is one of the biggest days we've had in quite a while, to be honest.
I know, huh?
Poor kiddo. And yeah, like last night, I made sure he was doing we have Jersey Mike's IPO dropping tomorrow, so made sure he got something together for that we could go over for the day, and so he's got all this prep from all the mega large caps to of course the IPO with Jersey Mike's that he can't even get to. Feel completely terrible for him, but Tesla 300 was good. Yeah, Shaw was definitely 300 on the dot. Hey, Shaw, though, who kept yelling 300 for weeks? This guy, Kenji, yeah. We always want to get those questions answered. Sometimes chat's really crazy busy, and you can't get to it. What is your service cost? So, Kenja, are you talking about Trade the Pool on our platform? So Trade the Pool on the platform real quickly. We'll pull this up on the screen so you guys can get a quick little glimpse of Trade the Pool's website. So just go to tradethepool.com, right? This will pull up right away for you. Mine always goes to the program. I don't know why, just looking at Trade the Pool, but regardless, just go to the accounts. We've got beginner, which is the flex accounts. These are the ones we're giving away. We're giving away 25K and we're giving away 50K flex accounts. So if you want to pass the flex account when we give these away, or even if you want to buy them, you can see what they cost. Not really that much. This is it, 6% target overall for all of them. They're all the same. We don't change those through the 5K up to the 200K. So this is how much they cost. This is the ones I like to work the 50K usually. I do have 100K. So I've had a 25K before. So these are the ones I like to work: 25K, 50K, 100K. 5K is, hey, you've won it, or B, I just want to get going. I need to get my feet wet. I've used the demo, which you can also, we do have a demo account. So when you go to the traders area, you actually be able to download the demo. And we have swing accounts too, and demo swing accounts. And then we can let you do those a couple of times. So it's not just one, it's 14 days. So you get it for 14 days. Say you didn't like it, or you messed up, or something's going on. You want to try it again, right? Like, I just didn't, I need to work. You do another demo if you want to. Otherwise, then we have the advanced account, which also you can see as well. There's a little bit difference in the daily pause, the max pause, or max loss essentially, and it has more of a time period for, again, if you're a little bit newer to the game, or you're just trying to trade with some other people's money, I would always start with the flex account and work from there. And once you get to that more advanced stage that you're feeling the platform, etc., then maybe work to that advanced and get to the max accounts, which those are what we like to call them, the max accounts. So flex accounts and the max accounts over at Trade the Pool. And the price differences there, as you can see, between the two different ones. There you go, and there you go, and there you go.
SPX is holding nicely.
We are. We're doing good. 50K good, but 25K good for. Oh yeah, for sure. Yep. Yeah. 5K is like, to me, even that's fine. Listen, it's just cheap. Like say, hey, I only have 6. I think, hey, I'll double that. Only $120. You get the 25K. You gotta think that's way more than worth it, because if you think about doubling 5K, that only goes to 10K. But for $60, you double it. You go to $120, and hold on. You're telling me I can go from a 5K to 25K? Whoa, that's 5 times the amount, not double the amount. And you're paying double the amount of money, but you're getting 5 times the amount of account to work with. And again, there's no margin. There is no PDT rule. There's no locate fees. That's why I love it. If I want to go short crazy plays that are halting up, and we'll go back to it like GWAVs of the world, I don't want to have to go locate and go, oh, how much is it going to cost? And oh, it's halting up now. And oh, yeah, woozy wowsies. Nope. I just go trade if I want to trade. And that's exactly how I traded earlier. And I'm still actually in my trade right now, FIEE. You know, this on a broker, by the time it's spiking up, and I want to trade it because I want to trade it on that first halt down, because I know from there it's dumping.
Are you long?
I'm short. This is my entry line. The red line's the entry line.
Oh, nice.
Yeah. So I'm still holding this into liquidation, essentially, in the final shares. But yeah, I have to go locate this. So by the time it's halted up once, halted up twice, and when will I locate when will I locate the shares? How much? The longer I wait, the more it's going to cost me. I don't have to worry about that here, so I absolutely love it, Kinja. So if you do trade small caps, penny stocks especially, this is heaven. This is heaven, because you could just go trade like Olive. She's like, you know what? I like it. I'm gonna go long. I want to chance it here. I'm gonna give it. You know, I'm gonna roll the dice. Well, go roll the dice with our capital. You know, limited risk trading at its finest, where you can just come over and go, you know what? I'm gonna long this. If I lose, I lose. But again, at least I don't have to test it and lose on my own account. You know, so it's definitely very, very beneficial in my opinion.
Super beneficial.
Let's go back to the SPY.
It was around like 4 years ago.
Do what?
I wish Trade the Pool was around 4 years ago.
Oh yeah.
I lost like 5 G's trading small cap of my own capital.
We've talked about it. Oh,
no.
We have talked about it. I just now noticed when you zoom in, how cool is that? It actually shows you on the volume down here how many shares were traded per candle. It just actually is highlighted in it. That's super cool. Now you can't see it when you zoom out, obviously it's too, but that's cool when you zoom in. I had no idea. I'm not that zoomed in with a microscope when I trade. Yeah, that's called tuition. Yeah.
On Trade the Pool?
What? Yeah. When you zoom in, look, the volume, you can see the actual, you can't really see it in the green candles, but in the red candles, you can see the white volume right down there.
Oh, I can't see.
Well, it's on.
I can see. Cool.
Yeah, it's a cool little feature. I like that. I'm a little too zoomed out for that, but it is what it is. We've got
Ding dong.
Yeah, so I thought we gave away a 25K eval to your wife. I didn't know if that was your Courtney that had signed up for the giveaway.
Well, it could be. I know that she has signed up before in the past. I don't know if she signed up for the most recent one, but her name's Courtney, so if you want to just give it to her, let's do it.
That's a done deal, Court Dog. Only if she gets a T-shirt that says Court Dog for when she goes.
Oh my gosh!
I'm kidding.
I think for the 25K eval, she'd do it, baby. I think she'd do it.
She might. Yeah, she'd be like, okay, cool, whatever. Until she blows it, and she's like, all right, done with that shirt.
Forget it, I'm done with this shirt. It's gone.
Forget this shirt. I'm burning this shirt down.
Burn it down. Burn it down. Anything burning down right now? I was, I haven't traded for a couple hours here.
Amex cracking away. Small cap wise, yeah, that one's dumping away. I just saw that crack back. So speaking of that, you were saying that. I was hoping my short dumped away. I was hoping we'd get more of a dump on FIEE. So this is kind of my trade of the day here. If this wants to pop up for me, there we go. FIE still in the short. Got this an overextended move up. Love taking that first halt down and continuation from it. And we go. Yeah, it's just a return to launch pad, so to speak. We launch up, right back on down to the launch pad.
Look at that. Good to see Tack. Good to see Nigel. T Webb. Hey, good to see you. Michael DeRider, of course. Great to see you. Alejandra, how's your voice?
Hi, it's much better.
Sounds great. Yeah, it sounds good. Sounds good.
Hey, smash that. We got D-Rider in chat. 46. Come on, guys. 4 away. If you want to give away another 25K eval, we just gave away a 1 to Courtney. 4 more likes. Come on, D-Rider. That's all you. That's all D-Rider in house right there. Come on, D-Rider.
D-Rider. D
Her
Rider.
voice is doing, yeah, her voice is, yeah, she's back to normal. Made a little promo today for our earnings for tomorrow. We got some good earnings promos this week. Jesse got a great one out. Of course, myself, and then now Alejandro. We'll have one for a teaser for next week as well, and then we'll have one daily. So we'll have those out there for you. What's up? Yeah, D Rider, come on, we got you. Let's go it. Give me. Yeah, he's like, all right, I got this. Watch this. I'll be right back. Next thing you know, we're at 53 likes.
60 likes, 80 likes. I wonder what the most likes we've had is. We need to set a goal.
We have the 100 one. I have to go back to it, but it's
what is the goal?
It's the live stream that me and Steve, whatever, I forgot what earnings was now. I just remember we got up to almost 9,000 views on YouTube alone, and that's the one where we got over 100 likes. And yeah, that was just, it was, I've never seen over 1,000 people on our live stream before, but that was really cool to see. 1,100, 1,200, 1,300, just kept by, because I did it on my stories. I was like, oh, hey, we're live, come join us. And then I saw the numbers just kept coming in, because I see the bottom left-hand corner, essentially how I have my screen set up. It says watching now, 100, 130, 170, 230, 280. I'm like, what, 400, 600, 800, right?
Wow.
I'm like, this is not like, and I kept doing it thinking, that's good, this is going to be it. Okay, we're at 1,000, this is going to be it. Oh my God, 11, it what? Oh my God, I think we got it to around 1,300 or so on YouTube alone. And yeah, it was just one of those things where, yeah, just for you guys know, for us, when we get to that, that's cooking for us. And it's,
oh my God, SPY.
SPY.
Holy shit, I'm flat, I'm out.
Nice move on the SPY there. What do we have here?
Wow, and yeah, MU's ripping, and everything's kind of ripping back up. Hello.
It made a PLTR push. I'm gonna take one, and I'm just gonna swing one, I think.
Yeah, Ayush has got the decision coming up here in just a minute for us in the background.
I was gonna say, this must be in relation to FOMC.
Unchanged.
Holy shit, guys, this is insane.
Federal FM statement. There we go. All right, Lincoln body. All right. So I can get to start reading some of the stuff to give you guys some of the lingo once it wants to pop.
Beautiful. Up. Yeah, I say this had to be FOMC.
Yep. Let's see here. Yep. It is. Yeah. So it's approve the following statement. 9-3 vote. The committee decided to maintain the target range for the federal funds rate at 3.5% to 3.25%.
I knew it.
The Federal Reserve's dual mandate. The committee is continuing its policy of maintaining ample reserves in the banking system, economic activity expanding at a solid pace despite elevated uncertainty that owes in part to the conflict in the Middle East, right? So productivity growth and capital investments are strong. We have job growth. Job gains have kept pace with the workforce, and the unemployment rate has changed little. Inflation remains elevated relative to the committee 2% goal, in part reflecting supply shocks that have been driven the price increases in sectors, including the energy. Committee will deliver price stability, and there we go. Voting against the monetary policy, the three names who are saying no, we want a raise of it were Beth, Neil, and Lori. They got together and said, no, we're going to be the three that say we want this to go in. And so 9-3 vote, no change there. Got to go back over here and let's get the SPY up on the board. I thought I did not. Let's go over
here.
Nice, good squeeze here. Beautiful move, Ale, for the long. I will be leaving here probably in about maybe about 5 minutes off the stream, and I'll hand the keys over to you guys. And of course, I know Jesse, if you get your screen share up and get SPY going for us. Appreciate it. Poor Steve, the guy that would always love
the action.
I know. Nice move. I bet we move up to possibly a little bit higher there. This 30. Right at 740. 740, maybe a tad bit more left in the tank here. No change. We're staying unchanged in the on the rate. So the U.S. Fed interest rate decision unchanged, my friends and family. So there we go. I think most of us thought that was going to be the case.
I was going to say, I think that was most of us, right?
Yeah. Now, when we do get that change, now that's going to be where you think we get a big move. Now, wait till we finally get a change, and then we're going to get some movement.
That was just a spike.
Huh?
That was just a spike, right? Compared to what the change we could get.
Yes. And by the way, 53 likes now, and there I thought I'd come back and we'd be a few over there. Thank you, Mr. D. Ryder, Mr. Nigel. Elmer Glue says, I'm not sniffing it today. Jamie, Silent Gaming, Florida Joe in the chat. Thank you all for joining us, Tat, Crow, everyone out there. That's right. So this afternoon, I will be back. Got to go pick up a rental car for the wifey as she heads to Colorado today. Yeah, what about this? Well, she's making her way to Colorado. She won't get there in one whole trip. But getting the rental car. Then once I get back, right back here with you guys on the live stream. Hopefully, Steve could come back. And of course, Ale will be rocking and rolling. And Steve, if anything, we can maybe get a mic going for him so he could give his breakdown, or if he wants to send it over to me. I'm a good reader. I can read good.
You can read. You're good at reading.
Bonetta, how we doing? Yes, D-Rider. It's all D-Rider. You always come in clutch. You're like Michael Jordan. It's like, okay, fourth quarter, where it's about a 3-point game. Can you please just close it out for us, man? It's like, hey, we're 4 likes away. We're getting close to the end of the stream. Just give us that Michael Jordan Bugs Bunny juice from Space Jam.
Give it to us. Give us the Space Jam.
We almost got that sweep up. Got very close to 740. That's the move there. If you're looking for a reclaim, look for a back test back down around the 737 mark. I like that. I don't think we're going to come back down. Even we'll see overall once we get our guys on stage to talk here coming up soon. At 735.50 handle. Those are your 2 areas to be getting in, 37 and 35.50. And again, Jesse, thank you for hopping on here for a little bit.
Absolutely, brother. Absolutely. 57 likes on the stream right now. The likes keep coming in.
Let's go, guys.
Thank you guys very much.
The old school hip hip hooray! No, thank you guys. It's awesome. I love it. Let's say we want to give you guys 25K evals. That's cool stuff. I mean, again, when like Steve broke it down that one time, and like we just showed you, that's $120 we're giving away every day if you get 50 likes on the live stream. So beautiful, beautiful, beautiful. SPY there. I think that's going to be your move. Nice, good movement for now. We're going to wait for this. Is Warsh taking the stage right?
I believe it is Warsh. Yep, Warsh should be. Do you guys hear the music in the background, or is it just me?
I do too. It's the live stream from Iush. It's the
yeah.
You're good. I kind of like it. I feel like we're playing Nintendo.
I feel like we're in the middle of something. There we go. That's a little better. It's kind of like elevator music. I'm like, am I on the 11th floor or the 13th? Where am I right now?
As far as SPY is concerned, we went to about the 12th floor. We're back down at the 9th, the 8th, 9th floor right now.
There you go.
That's old school. Yeah, school Jan. There we go. But yes, I will be back for sure. We got, big day ahead. This is a big day. I kind of forgot we had the interest rate decision too as well. So kind of a double whammy, so to speak, with earnings with a huge day, let alone there. Let's see a SPY. We're ramping up here. I think SPY could, I have a deviation line at 39.73. So
LTR. Holy shit.
Is it, well, are you still in that? Right?
Yeah, I'm about to take one. I'm going to swing the other one.
Okay, nice. Oh yeah, good job. Breaking that neckline right here, higher low pattern. Go to the larger time frame to really start to see that come into fruition there. Beautiful move there, Ale. Still waiting for my play to dump down for some more. I don't think I'm going to get anything out of my play, but Ale's got a good long here for you guys. She was going long on the Q's, SPY right there, and of course then I've got my one short. I'm still just chilling in the one small cap play.
Alejandro went long. I like it.
I know, right? She's been going long a little bit more often. Yeah, right?
Nice. Jesse? You go, girl.
Thank you.
What'd you trade today, Jesse? What'd you trade today?
I traded QBTS, and I had a really, really good trade. Money Mitch was on the stream, and he was calling it out, and I followed along and up $750 today, shorting it. QBTS today.
Nice. Okay, good job there. Good job, brother.
That was fun.
You out of the gate, where did we short that at?
We shorted it at, no, it wasn't right out of the gate. What time was that? 9:30-ish.
Okay.
I have to go back and check my numbers, but yeah, somewhere around there. Okay. It was not right out of the gate.
How many shares we go in?
2,000 shares.
Ooh, Jesse going in 2,000.
Yeah, buddy.
What's the biggest size you've gone in since you've been trading with Trade the Pool?
With Trade the Pool, that may have been the biggest one, actually. That may have been the biggest one, 2,000 shares. Because a lot of times I do these large caps, right? So I'm doing, 10 shares, 50 shares, something like that.
Oh, man. I love it. Getting you and Steve to trade some small caps.
Did he disappear?
Oh, he just froze. He did for half a second. Jesse froze. I don't know why. He's good again, though. He's not freezing now. EV Muck's giving the sleazy mucks. Oh, you're muted too, though, now. Unmute yourself.
All right, how's that? Am I good?
You sound like Roses with McDonald's, some chicken McNuggets and some French fries.
I'm not here. What is here without the tea? I did not have with that woman. Sorry.
Love it. Good stuff. Good
Bill
stuff.
Clinton. Little Bill Clinton action.
Yeah, that's what it sounded like. That's what it sounded
That
like.
was Bill. Bill, baby.
I'm going to go ahead and get off here. If you want to go ahead and start sharing Jesse's screen real quickly, Ayush, and that way I can skedaddle and that way I can get to my rental and get back in time for the After Hours live stream. Jesse, again, thank you for coming. I'll be back here before you guys know it. Ale as well, sticking around, covering you guys with the FOMC. We'll have Warshawn soon. And then after that, we'll have earnings. We have Meta. We have Microsoft. We have Robinhood. We have ARM. We've got a lot of tickers for you to cover. So I will head out and be back in just a bit. Until then.
All right.
Bye.
Thanks, Knoxville. Thanks, brother.
See, you and I, we've never streamed together.
I know. It's the first time. I know we've been on here together, but it's never been just you and me. It's you, me, and the chat. You, me, and YouTube land.
Where's Hamid? I miss him. I miss him capping on me.
Right. Where is he at?
He's always.
I don't know. So what are we thinking as far as this meeting is concerned? The FOMC. Nice and boring, suit and tie guys getting together, just making fun of each other a little bit.
So is he still talking or what's going on?
It doesn't look like he is. Nope.
No.
Looks like we're still kind of waiting on that. Let's take a look at SPY. Let me pull SPY up here. I have QBTS. Wow. This is
What did he say?
about 20 minutes. Is that what you said? Okay, he'll be live, so we'll have Warshawn in about 20 minutes, guys.
Okay.
So yeah, we'll have Warshawn in about 20 minutes. We'll keep up with the SPY, the Qs. We can go through some more trades.
Let's see. Where are you on for Power Hour? Like, are you going to be here from Power Hour until close or earnings, or what's your?
No, I think my plan is I'll be on here for FOMC. So I'll be on here for 30 minutes, 45, whatever it takes to kind of go through that, and then whenever maybe Josh hops back on, or if Steve is able to.
Oh God!
Hopefully Steve will get a chance to come.
I doubt it. I think I might be with
So
myself.
was Steve on earlier? I've missed it. I had a few things I had to do.
Literally, he's been trying to hop on since like 7 a.m. this morning or 11 a.m. this morning.
Gosh. Wow.
He's just been having issues with his computer.
He had a few issues yesterday, but he was able to sort them out for earnings. So yeah, hopefully he'll get that. Hopefully he'll get that worked out for him. I feel bad for him.
I know, me too. He's also really tired. So like, when you're tired, you're not having a good day, and then like things happen, and then it's just like a domino effect. Everything is just like,
Yeah. Tax says Warsh was critical in the after 200 event. 2000. Then he says, let's correct this, guys. 2008. That's what he meant. 2008. Sorry. Okay. He was critical in the after 2008 event. Is that the financial meltdown market part you're talking about, Tack? With the big short and all that kind of stuff? I'm sure he'll tell us. I'm sure he'll let us know. How many trades have you taken today, Alejandro? You done multiple or just the one?
Dude, I went crazy today. I went 5 out of 5.
Amazing.
It was just there. I took a short in the morning on one account, took another short on another account, funded one account. I took PLTR, and then I just took longs on SPX on another account. So.
Okay. Wow. Good for you. Great job.
Yeah.
Good stuff.
So I have a rule. You know how we have trading rules?
Mm-hmm.
Today's Wednesday, and I have a rule that if I'm killing it like back to back to back, because pretty much I've been killing it since Monday, I'm going to take a step back and downsize tomorrow because the two moves that I wanted already happened. Like it already hit the low and the level that I wanted. It already held that level that I wanted for longs. So I think I can't say that like the SPX or QQQ bottomed already, and we're gonna start climbing from here. But sure. I will be looking for longs rather than shorts because it's too oversold. So I'm going to be looking for a balance, and I'm probably just going to go small size. But I'm going to mainly focus on protecting my capital until next week. So that's the goal.
I think that's smart. We don't know where the bottom is, right? So when stuff has been trending down to the downside, down to the down, it keeps going and going and going. You just know that there's the possibility of, if you short it, that's the wrong time, because it's going to go back up on you. So unless it's a quick scalp, that's definitely a wise move on your end to do that.
Yeah, for sure. Scalp, small size, 100%.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yep, exactly. Derek Thompson says, I'm on the sidelines. Tack, you like Warsh. Nice. He says, good pick, Donnie. Good pick, Donnie. Tack says,
thank you very much, Tack. That's great.
Nigel says, nice.
Alejandra, great short trader. Everybody knows it. Believe me.
How do you do that? That's so cool.
I've been a voice actor for about 10 years. I do a lot of voices, do a lot of cartoons, do a lot of audiobooks.
Really? That is so talented.
Thank you very much.
Sick. Can you do Mickey
It's
Mouse?
honestly just okay. Mickey Mouse. Can I do Mickey Mouse? Yeah, I have done Mickey Mouse, but it's been a while. Oh, Pluto, how are you today? Oh. He's somewhere up in those upper registers. He's somewhere there.
I wish I could do that. Wait, I want to see you analyze a trade in like your best.
Oh my gosh.
Please, it'll make my day.
Analyze a trade. All right, what do we want to look at? We're getting off the beaten path here. Now we're really going to give the viewer something to, I was going to say watch, but it's more like listen to. What do we want to look at?
What do we want him to do, guys? What voice should we have Jesse do?
Oh, Tack says stop now. Okay.
Donkey.
Delante. Hey, I like that. Good voiceover and face. Hey, brother.
Can you do Donkey's voice?
Donkey from Shrek?
Yeah.
Oh, that's a good question. I have never done that voice. That's Eddie Murphy, right?
Oh, yeah. Wow. Interesting.
Yeah, I can do. So from Shrek, I can do the little. What is that little gingerbread little guy?
Oh,
do you know Muffin Man? The Muffin Man. That guy. I can do his voice pretty convincingly.
That is so cool. I make a good daughter? What do you mean?
I was like, what is the chat talking about now? Tack wants me to stop, so I better stop. Because I really want to do sushi with Tack at some point, so I don't want to belabor the ears of Tack. Right? I really enjoy him. He says it's okay. My daughters get me to do just about anything. Nigel says, ha ha. And Ali, you make a good daughter. How do you know that, Tack? How do you know she's a good daughter? I mean, I would assume so too, but she's like my daughter. There it is. Okay, got it.
Thank you. Oh, that is so funny. How cool.
Nice.
Sometimes I can do other voices like, have you seen the Nail Salon by Angela Johnson? Hi, how are you today? Hi, I just want to get a manicure, please,
Nice.
Okay, hi. You like pedicure too?
That's
and then
good.
I was like filing. So you have a boyfriend? I can literally do like the whole thing almost. I would like replay it over and over because when it came out, I thought it was hilarious.
Oh yeah, I haven't seen it. I'll have to check it out. Is that some? Is that a chick flick movie? What is this?
It's Angela Johnson is a comedian, and she has. If you type Angela Johnson Nail Salon, it's like a 4-minute skit maybe, and it's her. Talking about going to the nail salon, and I don't know if you've ever gone with your wife or not, or if she's ever told you her experience getting her nails done, but everything she says is pretty much like almost 100% accurate, and it's just hilarious. And she does hella good voice impersonation, like it's hella good.
Okay. I recall going to a nail salon with my wife once or twice, but that was probably over a decade ago. So we've been married a while, a long time, and I don't think
what is the secret for a happy, healthy marriage?
Honesty, trust, marry someone that's like-minded. I think that's huge. A lot of people marry because of like initial attraction, stuff like that. They get together for obvious reasons, right? But I think that doesn't necessarily last in the long run. You really have to be like-minded in life. I think
How did you guys connect? Like, what was the? Oh my God, I like that too.
We met at my school, at our college that we were at. We met there, and I was playing guitar with my sister, and she walked up to a white gazebo with her friends. Can't believe I'm telling this on the YouTube live right now. We should be talking stocks. And she met me. She's like, "Wow, who's this long-haired guy? This long-haired surfer dude playing guitar?" And she thought the girl I was with, naturally, she thought that was my sister. Or she thought that was my girlfriend, right? But it was my sister that I was playing music with, because my sister and I play a lot of music together. And we met and we just really hit it off. And it just kind of, blossomed over time. Took a lot of walks together. Got to know one another. And it was pretty cool.
I love that. Well, thank you for sharing. I'm really nosy.
No, you're good. No, you can totally ask. Yeah. And it's funny too. You can absolutely ask. The fact that we're on a live stream, I'm more than happy to talk about it. But at the same time, I also want to be respectful of our live stream. And they may be on the line here going, "Wait a minute, what does this have to do with SPY?" Right? SPY. Oh, it's falling off. But no, I'm more than happy to talk about the personal stuff.
I'm sure you guys love our stories and our shenanigans, right? That's why you're here for show and
I'm sure. I know Tack does. I know he does. He wants a photo. You want a photo of me and long hair, Tack? Is that what you're asking for? Because I'll give it to you.
That's funny. Okay, well, I trimmed one PLTR contract. If it holds above 125.50 by the end of today, which we have maybe 2 hours, I will swing it for a target of 130, and then I still see SPX hitting 74.40 just because it's in the middle of the zone here and it's holding above my Bollinger Band that I have over here that I don't really use.
I like Bollinger Bands. I don't use them very much, but I do like them.
Yeah, I don't use them either. Like this morning, I analyzed the whole MNQ short trade with literally just like ICT concepts. Like I had 0 indicators. I didn't even look at the volume. And I took 2 short trades on that. I called out the first profit target, and then I said, now what I'm looking for is 27,440s, and it literally tapped it to the T.
Oh my gosh!
And then it held from there. Bullish, engulfing candle, order block, fair value gap, taps into the fair value gap, holds, and then it just pushes, it retests, and it pushes to the next level. So now I see 28.20 on MNQ.
Nice. That's great. That is great stuff. Good stuff. Yeah. And SPY, wow. It's like giving back everything that we got from it.
Pretty much.
Like that huge candle. And then all of a sudden, whoop. Nope. What a tease.
Yeah. What else are you guys looking at? I see, I'm also looking at Google. I missed IBM. I don't know if you guys remember, but I forget who it was. Oh, it was Hamid. He's not on here today, I don't think. But I called out IBM at 200, and I said I want to see 230 on IBM. It's moving perfectly. I wish.
Is it?
Yeah. And it has a flat gap to fill to like 286. So I would love a pullback. And I'll definitely get in there if it breaks 230. So it's literally almost about to hit that target. And then Google 342 target. If you guys are in Google, that's 342 for the gap fill. And then I don't know if it's going to keep going higher from that. Tesla is still dropping. I'm looking forward to seeing a new low so I can start loading long on Tesla.
Yeah, in Tesla too, the thing that I took some shorts when it was the day it dropped a lot. Alejandra, it continues to stay up above the 300s, I've noticed. Let me do the 5-minute candle here. I don't think it's dropped below 300. Has it today? Let's take a look. Let's take a look. Oh, 299. But see, that's the thing. 299, and then it taps it, and then it explodes right back up. It does not want to fall below the 300. And one thing that I noticed this morning in my pre-market setup was, if you go back on the charts, it a long time before we were at below the 300 mark, like a long time. So it does not want to go below 300. I mean, it definitely can, but there's some serious resistance falling below the 300s for Tesla.
Yeah, we'll see if it can reclaim the 300 level. I mean, we could probably see a bottom here and then start reversing. There's also a gap. I love gap fills. Like those are my thing.
It's funny. So I've heard different theories on gap fills. I know a lot of traders use the idea of a gap fill, and they sort of theorize, okay, well, here's a gap fill, so it needs to fill this. But I have also heard other people, I believe Michael Noss has talked about this, where it doesn't always have to fill. So it's kind of speculation, more or less, if it's going to fill. And if I'm misquoting him, obviously, I do apologize. I don't mean to. Noss knows his stuff really, really well. But other people like Noss have basically said that it's not exactly, it doesn't always have to fill. So I find that interesting, right? We all approach the markets different. We all see the markets different. But I also have seen a lot of people talk about the gap fills and seen it myself where, oh yeah, it does kind of go back into that. And yeah.
I have not seen a gap not get filled. They don't get filled like all the time the same day per se. And sometimes they don't get filled 100% like that day.
Sure.
But usually like anytime because I always put them in gray to like watch them, and I've been watching them for a long time, and every time I have them shaded, they always get filled.
Yes. Yeah. I've noticed a lot too. And then sometimes I'll look back at historical data. I'm like, well, it didn't fill here on this particular day, and there's this big segment, so maybe one day it'll come back into it. But yeah, it is something to look out for sure.
Mm-hmm. Wait, so you can take classes on voice, like to impersonate different voices? It's a skill?
You probably can, and there's a lot of voiceover coaches out there who will gladly take your money. There's so much information on YouTube, and then you can just practice on your own. And I've been doing this for 10 years or so. You don't have to hire a coach and spend tons of money doing it. You can learn the skill over time, and there's enough free content out there. Just my opinion. You can do it, as a solo thing.
Yeah. I'm actually learning how to dance salsa. I thought it was easy, but it's actually not that easy.
It looks very hard. I kind of have two left feet. I don't think I could do it. Or at least initially. It would take a long time to learn how to do that.
I hired an instructor, and she's like, "You're turning on the wrong foot." And I'm like, "Lady, like, patience." And then she's like, "Remember, your right foot is the 1 and your left foot is the 5. And I'm like, how am I supposed to remember that when I'm trying to memorize a whole like song and steps and connected to the rhythm? I'm just like, this is too much.
Yeah. Yeah, there's so much to it. All right, Tack, this is me a few years ago with long hair.
Hey, where are you putting it?
I was just gonna put it on the camera on right here like this.
Oh,
I was just gonna do that.
Oh, I can totally see you playing the guitar with long hair.
Oh, there you go. All right, Tack. I hope you saw that. It's never gonna come back on there again. That's it. You saw it.
I hope
it was up. It was there.
Oh, I got cooked on GWAG.
Did you?
Yeah.
You got cooked on it? Tack says he went to a salsa instructor to learn salsa and meringue. Am I mispronouncing that? Meringue?
Merengue.
Got it. All right. Got to have that extra little salsa kind of way of saying it. Merengue.
Thank you, Nigel. I appreciate that. It's funny how all of you guys call Tak, and I call him Taku.
You call him Taco?
Taku.
Taku Suse.
DFNS. Let me take a look at it. Let's gamble it
Okay,
too.
I'll pull it up here on my end as well. DFNS. So I was looking at this morning as well.
Oh my
Ooh, look at that.
Lord.
Holy cow. DFNS. Is that is it halted? Halted
Yeah.
up? Yeah.
Does Trade the Pool so you know the little like market dev on the right side, is that accurate? Like can you actually because I know some people utilize tape, just the tape to trade.
Mhm.
What do you think about it? Like do you think if we steer
This is just my opinion, and definitely get Josh and Steve on this. I look at the tape to see the spread primarily. I want to see if I buy market, is there a dollar spread between, or are we a penny or 2 pennies away, 10 pennies, whatever it is. I primarily look at the tape first, or level 2, for what kind of spread action do we have going on. That's what I primarily utilize it for. They might tell you they might give you some more in depth on it, but that's because I like to buy market, sell market, or sell market, buy market, typically. And because of that, if there is a big spread, I might not do that. I might sell the ask, buy the ask or bid, so on and so forth. But yes.
Gotcha.
And yes, so we are getting information. Yes, our level 2 data is on point. Yep, it is on point. The other thing here's the thing, any level 2, I think it's 40%. We're only seeing like 40% of all the orders. I heard someone say this recently, and not just for Trade the Pool, but for any level 2 that you have in retail trading. So we're not really even seeing all of the orders that are coming through or that are on the books or in the books here. So I think that's something to keep. I keep that in mind personally when I'm trading. I look at it like as just another indicator that's not all-knowing, but it is something to pay attention to.
Got it. I used to watch it a lot when I used to trade a small cap like 4 or 5 years ago. But yeah, that I'm happy that I have Trade the Pool now to trade a small cap or Oh.
We're switching. We got the FOMC. TAC, real quick. I will use buy sell and buy the ask for after hours, but I only do after hours typically during our earnings stream. So that is how I handle that, because you're right, you can't do market. Here we go.
Oh, what color tie? Blue?
It's blue. It's a blue tie.
I don't like how he says good day. Where's the volume?
Can we get the
FOMC committee meeting as chairman has come quickly.
He didn't even say hi.
Too early to call it a streak, but our discussions again were collegial and constructive.
Can you turn it up?
I'm truly lucky to work with colleagues so capable and mission focused, and so determined, like I am, to sharpen the performance of the Federal Reserve. Today, as you know, our committee decided to vote by a 9-3 vote to maintain the target range for the federal funds rate at 3.5% to 3.75%. The committee is continuing its policy of making ample reserves in the banking system. The economy is showing impressive resilience. Even with recent shocks, the trends are positive and reveal solid growth. Job gains have kept pace with the workforce, and the unemployment rate has changed little. Inflation remains elevated relative to the committee's 2% goal. The committee remains resolute. You've heard this before, but we will deliver price stability. As before, the policy statement conveys just the facts. It's steering clear of forecasting, a choice we consider especially prudent at these uncertain times. Uncertainty, however, does not mean a lack of clarity. For some households, businesses, and market professionals, 5 years of high inflation have left a mistaken impression that's hard to shake, that the Fed's implicit inflation target was somehow above 2%. Let me reiterate, there is no soft inflation target. There is no soft implicit target, not on this committee's watch. There's only a target, and it's 2%. Not one of my FOMC colleagues is under any illusion. We have begun a new chapter, and we understand that the 5+ years of inflation above target cannot be cured in 9 weeks or by a single month of modest price decreases. This Fed will not waver. Our credibility rests on performing our duties and delivering on our responsibilities. Americans are right to expect that because our nation's prosperity depends on it. To the regulars here in the press room, today's assessment might sound familiar, yet there was nothing inertial about our discussions, our policy, or our strategy.
Let's trade it.
Two economic developments are worth highlighting. The first is a very notable change since our last meeting 42 days ago. Nominal and real yields are materially higher across the Treasury curve.
SPY?
In fact,
I'm in
some of
SPY.
the increases in market interest rates
We're going to watch it and get in
between
it.
FOMC meetings are among the most significant in the last 2 decades, ranking around the top decile or so. But if the committee didn't change its policy rate, what happened? In the intermeeting period, market attention centered on real data and real economic developments. Prices reacted in real time to incoming information, and the reduction in forward guidance may have been a factor. Market participants are learning to play the ball, not the referee, and market prices will continue to respond in the direction and magnitude they
Are you
see
long or
fit.
short?
I'm long.
This is, in my view, a change for the better, and we're just getting started. After all, the central bank need not always and everywhere be the center of attention. I understand the desire for rolling forecasts and commentary from this committee, but for our part, we need to observe market reaction to developments, direct and unfiltered. I want to stress, of course, that decisions by this committee matter a great deal, and where necessary and appropriate, we will not hesitate to act. A second economic development is one that I noted at the congressional oversight hearings this month, but it's worth repeating. The most striking feature of the economy is the strong growth of business investment. The surge in high-tech CapEx has been remarkable, but that does not necessarily make the Fed's role any easier. In the AI-related category of high-tech equipment and software, the most recent data shows 4-quarter growth rates of nearly 20%. This is helping to sustain the healthy momentum of manufacturing output. More generally, CapEx is preparing the ground for future growth. Nonetheless, the precise timing and magnitude of effects on the supply side remain hard to predict. FOMC meetings produce policy decisions, but just as important is candid discussion of the big things that matter most. That too is a priority in this new chapter at the Fed.
Jason.
In our meeting, vigorous discussion centered on 4 questions, which I will enumerate. First, we talked a lot about the implications of the past 5 years of high inflation on the current policy conjuncture. To echo an old phrase, has the past really passed?
There we go. Look at that.
Second, let's go, baby.
My colleagues and I considered the economic shocks of recent years. Strained supply chains arising from the pandemic.
Yeah, there we go.
Conflicts.
There we go. Come on.
Energy supply disruptions. Substantial increases in tariff rates. And yes, the surge in AI-related investment. These differ in their sources. Do they also differ in their effects on output and employment? Third, we took up the related question of price increases arising from shocks. The business CapEx boom, for example, is driving up prices of memory and logic chips and associated AI infrastructure. Do these changes indicate a broader inflationary dynamic, or do we just focus on them because they are under the bright streetlight? Finally, we discuss monetary policy tools and strategies for achieving stable prices. If, as the Fed has long held,
there we go.
Interest rate policy
like that.
should be its primary
We'll take a little off.
policy instrument, how much accommodation are we getting from the balance sheet?
There we go. Keep going.
All of this.
Keep going. Look at
is
it.
Advancing at the Fed.
There we go.
We're asking the right questions. And in this consequential time,
EFNS is halted
we
again.
know how very
Nice.
much depends on getting
There
the
it
right
goes.
numbers.
There it
Oh,
goes.
Of course, you've
come
all
on,
arrived with
baby.
questions of your own, so let's turn to them now.
Moving my profit target.
Thank you for taking our questions, Mr.
Yeah,
Chairman.
I'm moving my stop up
You've had
because
a
we're in
couple
good profit.
months now, or
I
9
wanted to
weeks,
add, but
whatever number it is,
I couldn't
to
add.
see the markets behave in the absence of forward
738.
guidance.
What's
I'm
our
wondering if you could tell me
high of day?
what
740.
message are you getting from the markets
Yeah,
as to where
what I have.
policy ought to be right now?
I'm gonna take a
my-
little
Well, I
off.
think officially
So
it's 8
beautiful.
weeks and
What
4
a beautiful
days,
hold.
but I'm not counting.
How many shares were you in?
The message
I was
from
in
markets
60
is the
shares.
message from markets.
Yeah.
What I've really been trying
too
to
many.
do, Steve, as I think
Yeah.
you appreciate, your colleagues
But
appreciate,
I've taken
is
40 off
getting
the
an
table.
unfiltered message from markets, getting a direct message, letting buyers and sellers meet at prices for treasuries, for the foreign exchange value of the dollar, and then trying to judge for ourselves, what does that mean about our remit? How are we doing on inflation? How are we doing on employment? We're trying not to interfere with that market
That's
signal.
unhalted.
That's part of the reason why we've been somewhat spare in our words, why we pulled back from forward guidance. So they're reacting to events, I would say, much more directly over the 42 days since we last met. This is a good thing. As I mentioned in the prepared remarks, we've seen a material tightening, not just in nominal rates, but in real rates too.
What are you laughing at?
We're observing it.
EFNS
Trying
is
to stay
unhalted.
out
I'm
of
gonna
that
start turning.
because many of you might be interested in our reaction function. We're interested in the reaction of financial markets.
I get that, Mr. Chairman, and I guess the follow-up question is, if the markets are talking to you, what do you hear them saying? And if it's real rates are higher, it would suggest that that's where the funds rate ought to go.
Yeah, so
Oh,
I'm sorry, it's your question.
I am so deep.
Still going, still bullish.
Interpreting markets is an imperfect business.
Are you
We
still in
central
it?
bankers like market
Yeah, still in it.
pros,
Just taking little bits off the
these things
table.
are overdetermined, but let me offer some speculation.
All right. We got 5 shares
As we
left.
said in the FOMC statement that you got at 2 o'clock,
Heading for high a day, maybe.
output is solid. CapEx and productivity are strong. Labor market's solid, steady. The bond market, the treasury market, it seems to be saying that as well. If I were to try to break down, disaggregate the treasury market signals, I wouldn't be able to do it perfectly. But the bond market's saying many of those same things, and that's why we're seeing a tightening both
IBM
in
just hit a new
nominals
high.
and in reals.
Just hit the first
Even
profit
while at
target.
some level we haven't done much in 42 days, the markets have done quite a bit.
Oh, what happened to my? Oh,
Jones,
hell.
Financial Times.
I got out of SPY already.
You seem to have got the family fight you were after at this meeting. We saw.
You out?
Yeah. We saw 3 dissents.
On accident.
Could you characterize the argument?
SPY heading for high a day.
Forward, please, and tell us a little bit why you weren't persuaded by them at this stage. Thank you.
So I guess I shouldn't give you their best arguments. I'll give you some others. So you're right. I asked for a good family fight and I got one. That's the purpose. That's the design feature. I come into this meeting, even this press conference, heartened by what I've experienced the last 2 days. Most of our discussion were on the big questions that matter to the conduct of monetary policy. We didn't sort of hide from them. We weren't scared of them. There was a lot more interaction between and among my colleagues. It was a real family fight. My view, which you've long heard, is that's the better way to get policy right. That's our North Star. So there was a lot of agreement that I heard that we have
hear your water noise.
the tools,
Oh, my apologies.
also the authority to deliver stable prices. No walking back from our responsibilities. There was a large majority support for the decision that we made in the room. But I also want to leave you, Claire, with one other
SPY might want to hit high a day.
about that discussion.
Yeah.
It was an active, robust discussion
We're close.
about what's in the full range of what we can do and might want to do in the period ahead. You characterized accurately there was a disagreement about a decision today. I would say that doesn't sort of capture the full essence
Next up is
of the discussion.
742.
The path to central
742.
bank heaven requires delivering on our remit.
43,
These
maybe.
days, that means delivering on price stability. I wouldn't measure that path in 42 days or any one particular meeting. And I came out of that meeting even more confident that this is the right team to win the battle against high inflation.
How much do you think not going in July was down to the cool CPI print for June?
So in 2 words, not much.
There it goes. Come on.
I'd like to believe that the committee shares my views, which is the historic problem with data dependence is the data and the dependence.
There it goes.
We are not relying on any one individual piece of data
The chat banking or what?
or as an excuse or as validation.
We're just about high a day for
What I
SPY.
care about and what I think the committee cares about is the trends on the data.
Bam. Yep.
Sure, we got some encouraging inflation data. I think at the meeting 42 days ago, I said something like 63 months of inflation above target. I didn't say 64, though the final calculation might
Still
be
going.
this one. So we'll be watching inflation data over the period ahead. But I also don't want you to leave the misimpression that we're sort of breathlessly waiting that. I've called for a task force to revisit both the private and public data we use to make our decision making. That task force is out doing their work. I'll be checking back in with them the next couple of weeks, but I wouldn't say we overly relied on any one piece.
Oh man, it's a nice push. SPY is really pushing. We're now break even today. We're right at break even.
Hi, Chairman Warsh. Thanks. Neil Irwin with Axios. Thank you for taking our questions.
Well,
So the
PLTR
Fed funds
high.
rate is now about 75 basis points below the 2-year yield. It suggests markets think you'll have to tighten eventually, about 100 basis points below most Taylor rule estimates. You're hitting your employment mandate, inflation stays high. Why should rates not be higher today?
There's a lot in there, Neil. So rates are higher today
What,
than they were
Neil?
42 days ago.
His comments are funny.
Markets have made
I love the
decisions
comments.
because we step back in part from trying to influence those.
Giving us still
Market
holding.
judgments have moved
Good job.
up on
Come on,
what
baby.
nominal rates
Please
are
push, please
across the Treasury curve. That doesn't mean we take them as by dictation, but we're observing them. So I think it's a mischaracterization to say that markets haven't reacted because we didn't move today. Markets are reacting in real time. In the period ahead, we've got important decisions to make about the policy rate. Markets in the intervening period, I think, have quite a bit of decisions to make. I'll see if I can put it this way. Monetary policy matters not just by what we say or even what we do. Monetary policy matters by how it affects the real economy. And these prices that we see in financial markets is one of the many ways in which it affects the real economy. We'll be continuing to watch that market information, see how it responds to incoming
SPY's
events,
still going.
and that can help inform our decision making when we meet in 7 or 8 weeks.
How would you characterize in the family fight the last couple of days of you and the other 8 members who wanted to hold? Was that a strong conviction or was that a hair trigger close call on holding versus tightening?
Well, I think the vote was 9-3. The broader discussion to my ear over the course of the last days showed a lot of agreement on the hard questions. The 4 questions I raised at the outset about what's really happening in the economy with the shocks and absent the shocks. What are our tools and our capabilities? What's the effect on prices on output? I heard a lot of commonality on the questions. Were there different leans on the answers? You bet there was. So
You
could
bet
people
your
come to different
bunions.
conclusions? Absolutely. But my own judgment is this is a period of watchful thinking, not watchful waiting. And I think the score on that vote was unanimous.
Alejandro, you could be right. 742s. It's targeting it.
Oh, I'm usually always right.
Wow.
Thank you.
I need to ask you before I
You
trade.
mentioned that looking at the Fed's policy
744 is the
element
next target.
of a 3-pronged strategy
Okay,
to address
there
the
it goes.
inflation problem.
742s.
So I'm curious
Good
how
job.
you view the effectiveness of those tools. If inflation is too high and not coming down, is the best remedy to raise interest rates?
So that was the discussion in the last 2 days. Is that the dominant remedy? if inflation continues to be elevated through the forecast period, interest rates could well be part of that solution. But I wouldn't say it's in isolation. I tried to describe in my remarks today a point that I made into the oversight committees a couple of weeks ago. I think there was a misimpression by some in financial markets,
Is this the
by
top
some
of the
households and
mountain?
businesses, that central bankers like me, we set a 2% inflation
The 1
target.
hour fair value gap
Maybe
is
we
getting
were more
inverted right now, so I
tolerable
don't
of a
think
somewhat higher inflation target.
it
In
is
economics,
hitting
we
the
call
top
that the
of that
revealed
gap
preference. And
at
so might it have been
742.
rational for people to think, well, their inflation target's somewhat higher. What I heard in the last 2 days, what I've heard in 8.5 weeks is no.
We still have like
We will
an hour.
deliver the 2% inflation target.
Yeah.
That is the committee's definition of price stability. So
The
one
FNS is
way,
still holding.
absent the tools that you reference,
That's
to
great.
ensure that we get there, is ensure that expectations are centered around the right number. And I think we've made some progress on that.
I'm still
I'm
holding
not
PLTR.
suggesting we're done on that. It's worth reiterating.
Tesla's
And
holding,
ultimately, the business we're in, Colby, is
and
performance.
Google's about to
You're going
hit
to be judged by how we
342, which is the
perform.
profit target.
And that's what we intend to do. The inflation target, making clear expectations is one part of it. Making sure we demonstrate we're responsible for it, we're not blaming as another. And our policy tools, like you referenced, is the third and equally consequential
74.42
part.
just hit on
How are you
SPX.
factoring the
Wow.
fact that a large portion of the inflation overshoot is being caused by supply shocks, as it's mentioned again in the statement? Does that blunt the effectiveness of rate hikes in your view?
First, on the premise of your question, it was almost as if you were listening to our discussion in the last day and a half. A lot of our focus was on trying to understand and identify
It's almost like you were
underlying
listening, lady.
inflation dynamics amid shocks.
Wow.
We take these
Hella
shocks
funny,
seriously.
dude.
There have been a series of them
I like this
that
guy.
have been hitting this economy. We're not looking through them and saying, oh, they don't matter. What we're trying to understand is to what extent are these shocks broadening in their effects, broadening in their impact on prices that are quite far removed from it. Our goal is to have growth that is broadening and inflation that is becoming more limited, more circumscribed. I'll be the first to admit the shocks make this job and this policy conjunction
SPY
a little
still
tougher.
wanting to
But
move
that's
up.
among the chief questions we've asked ourselves.
go.
And around the room, people have different views on it. I tend to think
I'm
in
gonna
the
be a
coming
millionaire
months
by the
we're
end of the
going to
year.
refine that view and have
Good for
a better
you.
judgment. And we're going to have market prices trying to help inform it too.
Yeah,
Thank you, Mr.
it's
Chairman.
SPYs
Lawrence
did
from
very
Fox
well.
Business. I guess I want to drill down maybe a little bit. What specifically, in your mind, would be the argument then for a pause today?
So I wouldn't characterize what we did as anything like a pause. I would characterize what we did as a rigorous review of the economic situation. I would characterize what we did as a
Nice, Jack.
review of the big hard questions.
Oh my gosh.
And I'd
The
characterize
FNS
it as a view of
push.
what
Is it
our own
still
homework
going?
is to try to
Still
resolve those questions in the period
I'm holding.
ahead. If you were to try
These
to
are
force
fun.
a description that this was a pause,
Alejandro,
say
you've called it
financial market
742
prices
might
would
be our
the other
high.
side of that. Financial market prices in this intermeeting period, they didn't pause. They reacted to the inflation data in one direction,
Yeah,
strong
tag.
economic growth in the other direction, and nominal and real rates went up. Did the Fed take an explicit change in its policy rate today? No, but I think that's the beginning of the story, not the end of the story.
And if I could, I did want to ask, not forward guidance, but
Still
looking
going?
forward. Traditionally, the
high.
Federal Reserve Chairman uses the Jackson Hole Summit as a sort of a
I've got
reset
one
of
share
monetary
left I'm
policy.
playing
How
with.
do you look at the speech that you're going to make in August?
Just letting it
I look
run.
at it like a blank piece of
SPX
paper
next
right
target
now.
74.
I have not begun consideration with the
74.80.
incredible team here what would go into that document. I think you characterized it correctly. Historically, at least from my
Oh my
first
gosh,
tour of duty at the
TFNS.
Fed to more
Holy
recent
shit,
periods, it
I
would be
shouldn't
sort
have
of a setting
trimmed.
up speech more
I would have
often
made a
than
G
not
on that.
of what was going to be happening
Dang.
in the fall.
I should have
Haven't
bought
made any
actual money
judgments
into it with
on
my
that,
swing accounts.
but those are judgments we'll have to come to. If I could,
I kind of
in
want
the
to
high mountain air
just do
in
5
Jackson,
share.
Wyoming, I'd like to also frame the big questions.
There we go.
There is a tendency, especially with the proliferation of meetings and press conferences, to get
I
caught
haven't
up
been able
in
to
the
get over
myopic.
50,000
Did
on
you
my
do this by a quarter or do that? Ultimately, whether we deliver on price stability matters some, the decisions we make in 6 or
Buy still
7 or 8
going.
week periods. But they matter more. What are the
Dude,
big
DFNS
questions? What's
58,
really happening with
maybe 60.
productivity? What's
Wow.
really happening with demographics? What's really happening to the global economy amid the shocks? Haven't made a decision whether it's going to be a big picture speech or whether it's going to be a more traditional setup for all the
What a
action we're going
day.
to have between September
My
and
mom will
December.
be so
I will
proud
tell
of
you
me.
one other thing that I'm doing between now and Jackson
Nice
Hole,
job.
because I'm checking with those task
Thank
forces. My first principle of establishing a task force is find the best subject matter experts anywhere in the world and put them together, especially put them together with other people who might disagree with them. In the next couple weeks, I'm going to be doing a check back in. I've given them time to sort of think hard about their agenda, their debate,
744 next
their
target for
schedule, and when
SPY.
they might be ready for prime time. I'll be doing a little bit
744s.
of that checking, and
Okay.
that may or may not inform anything I have to
I'm
say
moving my
in
risk into
Jackson.
profit for DFNS. Just so I don't take a loss.
Nick Timmeros of the Wall Street Journal.
I
Chairman
have 5
Walsh, I
shares.
want to follow up on Colby's question about policy transmission. You said there's no cruel choice between stable prices and full employment. Rates bring inflation down by cooling demand. It's generally thought that can show up in the labor market. If that's not the channel you're relying on, what is?
Yeah, so let me go back to first principles, Nick. I don't believe that either part of our mandate is generally at war with the other part. I do not believe that price stability and full employment is an either-or proposition. There have been policymakers over the last several generations who have thought that there is a strict trade-off there. That isn't my judgment. In fact, my judgment is if and when we deliver on our remit, we're going to be satisfying both prongs. We're going to have price stability and full
SPY
employment.
still going.
And in fact, if you want to do the most harm to the
I'm
labor
going to
markets,
trim
you would run a
on
period of high
PLTR
inflation
on my
that's variable,
shares.
such that employers,
Nice.
businesses, wouldn't really know what's going on.
Just pushing
So I think the two
130
parts of
was
our
my
mandate
first
are equally
target.
important. We have no
If
legislative
it fills the
orphans
gap
here.
today at
I've been
130,
talking mostly
I'll
about
cut
price
it. I won't
stability
swing
because
it.
we're doing
I mean,
pretty well
let me see.
collectively as a country, as policymakers on the full employment side. But we're doing considerably less well
Yeah,
on
130
prices. That's
is,
why we
yeah,
describe them
I'm
as
cool with
elevated, and
130.
that's
That's
what's
cool.
taken
That's good
most
enough.
of our discussion.
So I'm gonna
In
trim.
terms of transmission mechanisms of monetary policy, I think different
I'll let
tools
100
work
I'm sure there was,
through
Jack, but I
different
didn't see
transmission
anything on
points.
Kalshi about it
Interest rates work through
personally, but I
lending
bet there
channels and
was.
credit channels, maybe confidence channels and foreign exchange. The balance sheet probably works through some other channels like signaling and portfolio balance. We're keeping full
Why does it
abreast
sound
of
like he's
all
gonna
these
cry?
tools in making
I
policy.
know, right? It's like he
But
needs a
if
tissue.
the suggestion is somehow we're going to be fine-tuning aggregate demand so it catches supply, that's not my mental model. I don't think we're great in the fine-tuning business. We're trying to get supply and demand
Oh,
in broad
SPY
order.
coming down now a little bit.
But really what
Boom.
we're
I'm
doing
out.
as we sit here today at this press conference is I think we've got a reasonable
DFNS is
sense of
about to
what
hit my
aggregate
profit target
demand
at
looks like
58.
in this economy.
Nice.
We're inferring aggregate supply. We're
Watch.
making a judgment about what productivity is. And in some sense, there's a race between supply and demand. And the surge in
What a
business capex
day.
in
What
around
a,
AI,
What a day.
it's making that calculation
I don't
a
even know how
little
many
harder to
trades I
judge,
took
but in
today.
the period
I
ahead, we're going to be
overdid
trying
it.
to judge just that.
Maybe I should take a day off
Could I ask,
tomorrow.
where exactly was the disagreement
Deserve it.
today? Was it about the inflation forecast, or was it something more around the risks, the tactics?
Yeah, so I'm going to I'll let the dissenters speak for themselves. The way I heard it over the last 2 days was overwhelming agreement on objectives and authority and commitment. I didn't hear anybody walking away from it. The judgments as to how best to achieve the price stability, that was probably the question that we were trying to answer. What's the best move? What's the best strategy? What's the best way to achieve it? And a second question that was asked is, when do we need to
Snowman.
make those harder calls? When do we need to make those decisions?
No day off.
And like I
Okay,
said to one of your
snowman.
colleagues, I
Yes,
was
sir.
comforted that markets in the intermeeting period weren't reacting to us. They weren't reacting to dots or to speeches. They appeared more than ever to be reacting to real-time events. So they're gauging themselves how restrictive the Treasury curve should be. And that, I think, has been a useful development. We don't endorse any particular market move, but I'd also suggest we observe them with keen interest.
74.
Janelle Marte with Bloomberg.
Yes,
Following up on that, there was more uncertainty in the markets about what the Fed would do at this meeting. To some extent, you might think that's what you want to see. But my question is about, is there a point at which you would not want to surprise the markets if they were pricing in something with higher certainty that was opposite of what you were intending to do? What are the risks that you see associated with that?
Yeah, so it's a good question. Surprise is not the objective function. Surprise is not what we're solving for. We have a clear North Star. What we're solving for is how to make the best decisions. Almost everything else should be in service to that goal.
Hey, Sterling.
By not spoon-feeding markets, by not previewing our decisions,
Hi, Sterling.
by not sort of giving nudges and leans. My colleagues and I have found in the intermeeting period what we're getting is reviews from a very accomplished economist. That's the internals of financial markets.
We're killing it.
Instead of just repeating or echoing what we were saying back to us,
I'm
giving
flat
us
on
somewhat imperfect their own
on
judgment.
DFNS.
Surprises are not the objective, but at the same
DFNS
time,
just hit
I
60.
would say we didn't come into this meeting feeling constrained by the full range of alternatives we had.
Okay, switching back. All right, we're going to switch back to the
Peers
charts.
have continued to discuss how they think about policy decisions, and if you.
All right.
Shoot. I might have to duck out for 1 second. Hey, I'll be right back.
All right. All right. We got it. We got it. All right. Well, so the market has reacted, and they've reacted pretty well overall. I mean, we were having it was bloody on the tape, right? It was red, and SPY has been lifted up.
Mm-hmm.
QQQ lifted up. Now, what did DFNS go to? Let's take a look.
60.
60. Wow.
Yep,
60. 61. Holy cow.
I said 58 was the next one, and then 60, possibly 60. I got out at 59 something.
Nice. We're getting a little bit of sound in the back. Ayush, you might be on. Your mic might be on, or there might be another. There we go. Okay, we're good. Wow, DFNS. Yeah, 61.20. So how many trades is that for you? Is that 6?
No, I don't know.
You don't know?
I don't know.
Was DFNS for you? Was it one long trade, or did you scale in? What was your process here?
So, if we take a look at it, let me just go to the.
Yeah.
Okay, so you see the pullback at 44.
Let's take a look. 44. Right about, let's see, $44.
Yeah.
Right. Okay. So like this little spot right in here.
Yeah, so at 47.50, I went in with 100, and then it pulled back, and I'm like, oh, I'm cooked. And then AK was like, girl, you need to be careful. Just maybe cut it. And I'm staring at it, and I'm like, I'm adding. So I added at 45, and then I just risked, I think it was 43 that I was risking below like those lows. So then as soon as I saw it holding, I'm like, okay, I'm still good. And then I'm like, okay, it's pulling back again. I'm like, it's okay. I should be okay. So I held 200 shares and I just wrote them. I sold 100 at 52 and I sold 75 at 55. And then I just held 25 and then I left 5 at 60 or like 59.
Oh, that's perfect. I love when you get in a winning trade and you can just scale out and you're just making profit right along the way and you're taking profit and you're letting those runners run. Great trading. This is just a nice stair stepper. This one thing was a stair stepper on up.
I think I'm gonna be a long queen now.
Yeah, there you go. I say once you. Well, here's the thing: you're so good at going short. Now you probably feel that confidence to go both ways, though, right?
Yeah,
Now
that's
it's
what I'm
like,
feeling.
so now
Well, because
it
you
just
guys
opens up.
inspired me. You know what? It was you guys that did it for me because I saw you, Steve, and Josh just going back and forth. Like by the time I was entering the first ticker, you guys were already on the second ticker. I'm like, how the hell? And I was just like, okay, so now I have my charts. Like I have my blue chips over here, and I have my futures, and then I have the small cap on another screen. So as I'm watching everything, I'm managing the trade on this screen so you guys can see me. And so now I'm just like, I got this. I can catch up.
That's good.
Pops
Mafia. I of course appreciate you, man. I appreciate you, brother. No comment. Cool. Nigel says, LOL. Snowman says, Elmer Glue. Hey, we got Elmer's Glue on here, guys. Elmer Glue. If they don't want a surprise, then they can make a live dashboard. No preview. Always live. Always live. Dynamic ball bag. Almost said
Good
something
job,
else. Nice.
Delonte.
Good job.
Delonte
T-Web.
went from red to green.
Hey, yeah, that's right. Let's highlight this. Delonte, good job. Always, that's some days when I go from red to green, that's like, I love to just be green, have 2, 3, 4 good solid trades. That's always great. But when I am in the red and I'm down, and then all of a sudden it's like, okay, I finally get one good trade and I get back, maybe break even, maybe get back in the green. There's just something to that's even more exciting when you get out of a hole. I don't want to be in a hole, but
yeah, I was down 1,000 on SPY longs. I entered a little too early, and then I'm like, okay, so I entered in again. I was on my walk with my dog, and I was scaling in, and I was kind of degenning that trade. I scaled into about 9 micros, and then as soon as I saw the confirmation, I'm like, oh, that's it. Like I made 1,000 and some, so I'm like, all right, I'm done. And I thought it was going to be done. And then I see DFNS, and then I see again SPY, and then I see PLTR holding.
Yeah, that's great. Pops, well, hey, man, I like to go both ways. I'll help you out. Need your advice on Marvell and MU. I'm stuck in a loss. Pops, let's start with this. Tell me where are you at? What's your loss like? Are you currently in the trade with Marvell and MU? Tell me what's going on. Snowman wants to know where Steve. It's Power Hour. Yes, it is. Steve has been having some camera issues. Isn't that right, Alejandra? He's had some technical difficulties, and we're kind of waiting for Steve. So we're holding down the fort.
Are you going to be here until close?
I wasn't planning on it. I was actually going to leave after FOMC, but I can hang on until Mr. Steve comes.
Yeah, I wanted to leave by 12:15, but I don't think that's going to happen.
Yeah. So actually, we know we're getting some word. So what we're going to do is we're going to join earnings in 20 minutes. We're going to pull the scanners up for 20 minutes, and we're going to go ahead and exit off. So, Pops Mafia, when Steve gets back on here, ask him your question. Feel free to give him your information. So you're long. Okay, you just wrote good. You're long on MU and Marvell. You're long on it right now. Okay. And you're in the trade right now. What was your entry point? Let's just take a quick look before we pull those scanners up. Let's take a quick look at MU. I was short on MU today. Of course, who wasn't? MU earlier was just, last 2 days has been crazy. Been kind of a bloodbath. So where are we? Let me pull some of these spaghetti noodles off here. It's a little bit more difficult to see. Let's pull that spaghetti noodle off. Okay. We're right at VWAP, it looks like. We've broken VWAP for a second here. We're below the 9, below the 20. And we are sitting at 785. So let's take a look. So you're long right now. You're long right now on MU. Okay. I don't know exactly what your entry point is, Pops, but I would say if it was me, I'd be a little hesitant to be long on MU right now. The nice thing is it's covered some ground. It's made up some ground from today. Let's take a look at today's low. Yeah, essentially 758s. At this moment, I would personally be skeptical that we're going to fall back down and maybe hit back into the 760s today, unless we can hold here. This green line here is the 50 EMA. So this is just me. If it was up to me, yesterday's low 788. I'm looking at this thinking, unless we can quickly get a pop above and hold VWAP, I'm going to be bearish for the next 30 minutes maybe on MU. That's my personal sentiment on that. But ask your, if you're still in this here in 20 minutes, definitely bring this up with Steve and Alejandro, if you have any thoughts. Oh, you're at 939. 939. You're long on at 939.
I have hiccups.
You have hiccups. I can't stay. What do you do to get rid of hiccups? I use peanut butter. You ever use the peanut butter trick?
No, what is that?
You just take peanut butter, you take a spoonful, and you put it in, your hiccups will go away.
There's no way.
No, for real. For real. The other thing you can do is hold your breath. Sometimes that works, sometimes that doesn't. Someone could also scare you, and you can scare the hiccups out of you. That's another thing. Like, maybe that'll scare you. But yeah, if you have any peanut butter around the house, try that.
Okay, if it doesn't go away, I'll do it. Ooh, nice double top on MU. This could probably go down to 765.
Okay.
770 first profit target, 765 second profit target. Let's short it.
Yeah, I'm thinking short too, Alejandro. That's my sentiment to Pops, is that this thing is probably going down. That's my thought, at least in the initial next 20 minutes or so. Right. If I was, I like to determine trajectory. What's the next 15 potential minutes look like? That's how I trade, is what's the next 15, 20 minutes maybe look like? And that's where I'll go long or short. Sterling wants to know, what is that, Jesse? Never tried that. Yeah, you just get Sterling. If you have hiccups, get your jar of peanut butter, whatever kind of peanut butter you have, almond butter, Jif, whatever you don't eat Jif. Jif's bad for you. But hopefully it's healthy, nice, natural peanut butter. But you just take a spoonful of it, and you just take that peanut butter. And if you're not allergic, obviously. I know some people that are allergic to peanut butter, which that would just end my life, because I don't eat it much, but if I have hiccups, peanut butter, that'll take it away. Nigel uses Simply Water. Yep, I've done that too, but the peanut butter trick. All right, Ayush, whenever you want to pull up the scanners, I think we're good to go here. So it's a few more minutes, guys, and we're going to get back to Power Hour, probably about 15 minutes from now.
I went in on MU short 25 shares.
Beautiful.
Look at that.
All right, so we're going to switch to scanners.